Hi Emily, welcome. Sorry I'm like super late. I've been I wanted to go live like about 30 minutes ago and I'm still dealing with the audio issue. I've kind of figured out what's going on a little bit, so I found a way around it, but it's kind of annoying because my my headphones are plugged into one audio jack, which is on the top of my computer. Usually, right? That's how I try to have it. And then the the speakers are plugged into the back. And I guess when I plug in my headphones, it just does something to the audio control, so none of the audio controls actually work. They still work on the speakers. So I have to, in order to use the headphones, I have to unplug my speakers and plug my headphones in the back, and then everything works fine. So it's kind of annoying that I have to do that, but it is whatever. Yeah, it's great. So we're not, so yeah, I got this program. You know, I will remind as people are joining, yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's not a big deal, you know. I mean, it takes me like 3 seconds to like go back there and just like switch out the plugs. It's not a big deal, but it's just annoying. So it's not a big deal. But for those of you that are interested in doing this yourself, taking a look at this, you can look at like everything in the game. You can look at all the different models of the characters and like all the stuff. You can browse all the files. Today we're just gonna do the maps. I figured that would be the best. Going through like the character models and stuff, I don't know. I mean, that might be interesting. We might see how much time we have. But for anyone that would like to do that, there is a command. I believe if it works, it should be !GWM, and it should bring up a link to a Reddit post from a year ago where and I don't know, I don't remember his name. It's like Jonah or something is his YouTube channel or something, but he kind of created this whole tool. Okay, he created this whole thing, and he posted some pictures so you can kind of look at it. And I'm sure there's like different things you can do with this. As you guys can see, like these things up here, there was like 75 of them. I had to like close all of them down and kind of sort them. Like when you first open this, there's so many of them. So I don't, oh, I love how the lighting. So I don't know how any of this works. As you guys can see, there's like a lot of stuff happening here. I'm just gonna try to go through. We're actually starting with, so what I did is finding, because these are all the files, okay? Like there's thousands of files, okay? But in order to find the maps, you want to go with map ID. So I've sorted it by the map ID, which starts me as the highest value. So I don't know what order these maps are in. I don't know if they have like, I guess map ID would be like if I start with 1, that would probably, but as you guys can see, look at this. Well, I don't even know what these numbers are. So I don't know, but as long as I have a map ID, there should be a map. So we're gonna go through, and it brings us, it's unfortunate because the very first map, and this is what I pressed on, was the very first map at the very top, this one right here. This is as you guys can see by the name of it, this is one of the dungeon. Cronus Irontoe's Lair is one of the dungeons of Eye of the North. So you guys will kind of, we will look, as we look through, we will kind of, you guys can kind of see what's coming up here, and what we can see here. And it's really interesting. So we're gonna, we start off with a very ugly one. Oh my gosh. Is it Aaron Visor? As Aaron Visor? I'm not sure, but thank you so much for the $20 tip. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Wow, that was very generous of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And welcome, by the way. So thank you. I don't recognize the name, so I but welcome nonetheless. So thanks. Kind of took me like by surprise, and I'm very like, oh my god, I got like emotional for a second. Thank you so much. All right, well, let's actually do some stuff. So unfortunately we start with this really ugly map, because this is one of the dungeons. So thank you. Yes, I appreciate that very much. So we start with one of the dungeons. So this is the actual playing field. You'd be down here. I don't know where the start is. Obviously the lighting is all like this, it doesn't look like this in game. This is just like a pure render of the of the map itself, and we can kind of like go through. Oh, hello, got a skeleton here. Well, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I don't recognize the name. I don't know if you've ever chatted, but welcome in. Thank you so much. And yeah, so we're just kind of doing something a little less. We just finished factions yesterday, so hi, welcome, welcome. Welcome. Everyone is like apparently excited for these maps. We're gonna look at some really cool stuff. There's some really interesting stuff, guys. If you're like interested, like getting like a deep dive into like what the maps look like and stuff, we're gonna see some really, because I actually did this like I want to say like 2-3 weeks ago or something. I actually took the time to go through. I didn't look at every map. I kind of just like flew through some of the maps, but there's some really cool stuff in here. We're starting with a really lame one, so this is not the dungeon. Oh god, as you guys can see, it's a little bit of a mess, but but welcome. It's Seth. Is it Sethek or whatever name you go by. I'm sorry. Some name that is like I don't know, but I guess it's probably Seth. I'm guessing. Is that okay if I call you Seth? All right. Anyways, so we have a dungeon. I mean, this is not interesting. I don't think there's not much to really see, so we can kind of go through. But it's kind of cool to see. This is like all, you know, the Eye of the North expansion had like all this like underground stuff. Is this what is this not a functioning door? I don't think that's a functioning door. This might be a little like to people as I move through here. The movement is not that hard, but it goes really fast. So just so you guys know, we have these cool pillars. I always like these. The Guild Wars 1 had really cool statues all around everywhere. Like look at these like griffin-like statues. It's like a weird dragon, something. You know, it is Seth. Okay, well, welcome. Thank you for everyone being here. Yeah, so this map is probably like the most boring of the dungeon maps. I feel are gonna be the most boring one, because they like, you know, the whole point I feel like is to look at like an overview. But look at all these cool statues. Okay, I cannot answer that phone call right now. My coworker is calling me right now. I'm like, I cannot answer that right now. Ooh, a statue. 2 statues of Gren. And, ooh, look at the Destroyer. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, so I always love the, like, gothic, demonic statues and stuff that you see. And let me just text her and tell her that I'm streaming right now, so that she doesn't like freak out. Let me know if the music is too loud as well. It's really cool, right? Yeah, I love these statues. I think that's like a secret door or something. We've already kind of seen this. Sorry if I'm making anyone like nauseous with the sudden movements. I could probably change some of the sensitivity of stuff. But I just you guys will, yeah, kind of see it's disorienting. Oh, look at this open space here. I really like these things too. Yeah, and then we had these. So this was interesting. It was something that I don't know if I put this in a video. Was I gonna put this in a video? When I talked about Utopia, oh god, no, this is so bad. I just got like, not bad news, but like, anyways, it doesn't matter. So these faces, right? These faces are like kind of creepy, as you guys see that. I mean, they're very like, ew, whatever. But apparently, from what I understand, these statues are part of, because remember, there was, you know, it was Guild Wars Prophecies, right? Which was just called, I think, Guild Wars in the beginning, and then they changed it to like Guild Wars Prophecies when factions came out. So we had Guild Wars Factions, Guild Wars Nightfall, and then we had Guild Wars Eye of the North, right? But originally, after Nightfall, they were gonna do an expansion in the Mists, okay? And they were gonna do like a Mayan / Aztec like inspired, you know, Mesopotamia kind of thing, right? Where you see all these like tribal things and like pyramids and jungle, and like they were gonna do stuff of that like that. And this is apparently left over from this. As far as I understand it, I don't know where I got this information from. I think it's in the art book. I have the art book like over there in that shelf that you guys kind of see a little bit on the bottom. I have the art book that they released a few years ago. It's something that I kind of want to go through with you guys at some point. I think I'm gonna do that at some point. I'm gonna go through the book with you guys and kind of show you the stuff that's in it. There's a really cool info in it. But I think in there they talked about like Utopia, right? Because Utopia was canceled because they ended up moving to Guild Wars 2. And with Guild Wars 2, you know, they wanted to bridge Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, so they made, instead of Utopia, they made Eye of the North. But they had already made some assets for Utopia, so they reused them, and this is one of them. It's like a tribal statue of like a man, you know, whatever. And this is really cool. I really like this. So we kind of see that used here. I think this is like the entrance of the dungeon or something. We've been here earlier. I don't know what this is. I think that's just like a porch or something. All right, let's move on to more interesting maps. I mean, this is just kind of a dungeon, not much to see here. It's really interesting how the broken door is placed above in the see, when the door breaks open, it goes above or something, or it like gets replaced or something. I don't know how it all works. There's light coming in. I don't know how game design works, guys. I don't know. Oh look, we have some plants. I think this is this like one of the, I don't know. Alright, let's move on to the next map. What's the next map? We have Beneath Lion's Arch, Tunnels Below Cantha, and Caverns Below Camadan. So this is when you travel to Eye of the North, okay? So this is when you go, I have to figure out, hello, where am I? So this is really cool because this is a map that you don't get to look at. I went the wrong way. I need it. Whoa, hello. Where am I? There we go. I'm trying to go the proper way. You would go, you would come from somewhere over here. There we go. And you would come from down here, Okay. So, is it here? Yeah, so you start here, right? So the whole idea of going to Eye of the North is that the destroyers are coming, you know, they're surfacing, right? Like the big bad is the champion of what's the Great Destroyer, right? And so the big bads are the destroyers of Eye of the North. So it's all about like there's earthquakes happening, and you know whatever land you're in, like whether it's Cantha or Tyria, like mainland Tyria, you know, like continent Tyria, or you're in Elona, right? You go underground into these fissures that open up, and then you travel to go to the Eye of the North, okay? And so this is where you land, I think, right? It might be... Oh, there's actually an opening to the outside. Yeah, so you start around here somewhere. I think you start right here, and I guess that's just the doorway or whatever. And then you go down, and then you go into these hallways. Look at this. This is super cool. I love these phases. They use these in the Fire Island chains. They use those a lot. So you come in here and you see these like cool things underground. I really love the like, you can't go up here, right? You can't, but you have these ladders, and it all looks very like, because you're really small in this game. So you like kind of like, you're down here and you're like, whoa, this is huge, right? You walk into this hall, and there's this like, you know, depending on where you are, there's different enemies that you fight. The cool thing about doing this, oh, look at this. This is part of another dungeon that they have like added on to the side, but it's not accessible. So that kind of shows you how they reuse a lot of the dungeon assets and kind of, you know, they use them as like puzzle pieces and like put them together in different ways to make like different feeling dungeons and stuff. But yeah, so you kind of go through here, but there's going to be a part, and we see these really cool murals too as you like wander through here. Again, those statues are very common in Guild Wars 1. They're very cool. We saw them in factions actually come to life. These were part of the statues that came to life in defense of the cathedral Zuhelzer, which is Arborstone. So in Guild Wars 2, it would be Arborstone. So that location actually has stone defenses. I'm gonna answer this real quick. Stone defenses, and these statues actually come to life. So I don't even know, what is this a concept art of? I don't know. Is that a destroyer, or is that something Utopia related? I'm not sure, but that's very interesting. I love how ArenaNet, because the concept art for Guild Wars, both 1 and 2, is so you know, they have that painterly aesthetic, right? So they can actually use them in game as paintings, which they do all the time, which is really, really cool. I love that. We saw a lot of that in Secrets of the Obscure, when you go through the bastions and stuff. We see a lot of it actually in Ascalon. If you go to the old ruins of the wall, if you go to like the upper floor and upper floors and like Plains of Ashford and stuff, you can actually see there's like these rooms where they have these like huge like paintings, right? And it's like concept art, just like in, you know, just hanging there. It's really cool. And you kind of go through here, and this is really cool. So you go into this open hall. And then there is, you actually see there's a depiction of Kurzik. This is actually like the Kurzik concept art. You see there. I don't know what that is. Looks like Grenth or something. We have the ancient mural of Dwayna that's here. That's really cool. I really love that. Then you get these like closed off. Again, this is kind of leads into other dungeons. This doesn't look too familiar to me. I don't know what this... Oh, this is another one of those dungeons. Really cool. We're gonna see more of that as well. I don't know exactly what the dungeon name... let me go back, please, to... Buena? Okay, there we go. The hallway. So you come down this hallway, and then you find actually... at the end here, you find this golden statue of Melandru. And it's really cool because it just kind of sits there, and you actually go down this path. So you come down this way, right? And then you go further down there, and then you go along that way, right? And you go along all these like murals and statues and different pathways and whatever, right? But you see the statue of Melandru, and it's just kind of like, whoa, okay, whatever, right? And nothing ever gets said about that. You go down here, and you go over here, and they have like, I think this is it. They just have these barrels here. This is where you meet Ogden and then Vec. And they're kind of like talking about the destroyers. So exactly. So this is exactly the room where you meet Vec and Ogden, and you have to run away from the destroyers. So the really cool thing about that is that it gives you, it's so interesting because you run through these hallways, and you're under pressure because they have destroyers coming after you, and you can't stop. You have to keep running, or you're gonna die, and you're gonna fail the mission. So you don't actually get time to stop and smell the roses and like look around. So now that we can actually go through here on our own and like kind of look at this, we can actually look at all the different things, because there's some interesting weird things around. So there's this room that we never go into. You can kind of see it in the cutscene, because the cutscene happens right here, and you don't actually get to go into this room, but this is what this room is like. With Balthazar, this is an Asura gate. This is a Guild Wars 1 Asura gate. It looks almost like Nightfall. Like this, what is this called? Like a panorama shot or whatever? Like the weird, like the whole world, right? When they take a picture and it makes like a world out of it, or like a planet out of it. I forgot what that's called, but it looks like Nightfall assets. It looks like something in Korna. I don't know if that's any significance, but yeah, so we kind of see that here. We don't ever get to go in there. But then, yeah, so they tell us, oh, we have to run. So we run back, right? And then we turn right, and we go down here, right? And then I think we turn left, don't we? Yeah, we turn left. We go up the thing. And you go through here, and then you find this is like one thing that's always there's a doorway here. Apparently leads outside. You never get to see it, I don't think. This is really interesting. There's this like weird crystal. You guys can kind of see it. The light is a little annoying. You can't really see it. So that crystal right there, it kind of floats there, right? It's this floating crystal, and you can't question it. You know, you're just running for your lives, but it's just like, okay, what is that crystal all about? and you keep going down, and then we come into this cool hall, and I really like this hall because it has all these different pathways. Down here again, this is like, ooh, we see old murals. These murals, guys, so these are the murals of the gods, but look who that is. That is Abaddon. So these murals, there's Lissa, Dwayna, and then we have Melandra here, Balthazar. These are the ancient murals that you can find in, well, look at that. That's Nightfall. That's that same texture that we just saw. That's Nightfall right there. That's kind of cool. Look at that. What is that? Oh, that's like an Abaddon concept art, it looks like, or something that's Abaddon related with those 6 eyes, slit eyes. But these murals, you actually find them on at the Moon Fortress of Gandera when you go to attack Orish, what's her name? Varish Asa. Varish Asa. I'm like, I mixed her name. I like mushed her names together. Varish Asa, when you go assault the fortress, she actually prays to Abaddon and she actually summons a demon, which, you know, all 6 murals are there. There's like the 5 gods plus Abaddon around this plaza, and those are the same murals here. I think that's why they're like split up. I don't know why this room is here. I don't know if this appears in another dungeon. I do know that you don't actually go in here. But I love this, right? We have another door right here leading to God knows back outside. Okay, again, never used. That's kind of cool to see where these lead. And you go along, you actually keep running. I mean, I think you can walk down here the stairs and go back up. Fastest way is usually to go along this way and then just keep running that way. And then you see another one of those murals here. No, so I'm pretty sure those are the Nightfall ones, because so let's take a look at these for a second, because I mean that's a good point. So this is Dwayna. This is the Nightfall mural of Dwayna. Okay, now we actually did see the ancient Ascalonian one of Dwayna, and that was the one that was in that hallway. If I could get back to it. So this is the ancient Ascalonian mural of Dwayna right here. So and all the other gods have murals in that same style for Ascalon. The ancient Ascalonian murals that you find, you can find them right in the beginning of the Prophecies game, actually, like when you get into pre-searing, when you go back to when you go to Ascalon City, you can actually find those murals there. But that's what they look like. So this is the Ascalonian mural of Dwayna, and then that other one that we saw, which is down in here, that's the Nightfall. I guess they're both like ancient in their own way, but it's really interesting how they're depicted differently. Right here, you can kind of see more of the like angel-like, right? She in the Ascalonian one, she doesn't have the wings, and it's not super blue; it's more gray. They're all very gray, those Ascalonian murals, right? But here she looks more like an angel. Right, she looks more like angelic in that way. In the other one, she just looks like this floating lady, you know. Here we get like Lissa. I wish the other murals were here as well, but we don't actually get to see those. We did see the Balthazar one actually. So this is the Balthazar one. You know, and I could be completely wrong, but let me double check. I want to make sure that I'm not wrong on this. I'm not telling you guys wrong stuff. So, I just want to make sure. Wait, you might be right. No, wait. Yeah, no, I'm correct. So these are the murals that we see right here. Those are the ones that we find at Gandera. I just wanted to double check. So these you find at the Fortress of Gandera, the Moon Fortress of Gandera, and it's called the Plaza of the 5 Gods, even though there's 6 murals, because Varish has put up the Abaddon mural as well. But these are all in like the same style as well. Like I said, we did see the Balthazar Ascalonian one. That was when we go back. When we go back into this is where we meet. Sorry guys, if I'm making anyone nauseous. So when we go back to this is the hall where we find Veg and Octon. This is the ancient Ascalonian mural of Balthazar, actually. So this again is kind of in the same style as the floating lady one in the hallway that we just saw. But we actually get to see two of the murals of the Ascalonian or the Ascalonian murals of the gods. So this is the counterpart to the Balthazar one, as that's the Duena one. All right, so let's go back to the hallway. Beep 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 beep. Had me second guessing there for a minute. I was like, I don't know. I mean, it's a valid point. I could have been wrong, so it's good to check. What do we have here? Oh, we have that Kurzik. This is the Kurzik concept art again. So that's what that is right there. I don't know. This hallway you don't go down. So, whoa, look at this. Oh, this is Fronis Iron Toe, right? This is the entrance to that, right? Isn't it? It is. Yeah, this is the entrance. We'll probably see that again at some point, but yeah, this is the 4-part. This is like the I'm lost. I don't know where I just went. Wait, let me get out of here, please. Hello. Oh my god, I got it. We can see the map from above, guys. Look at this. This is what the map looks like from above. I can orient. There we go. Kind of cool to see it like that, right? So that's just the water, as you guys can see. So all the stuff. This is the thing with Guild Wars. Guild Wars 2 has the same problem. That every map actually has a water line. And they have, like, there's always a sea of water underneath your feet, even if there's no water anywhere on the map. So that's one of the things, I guess, that makes the game run slow for some people, is because all that water is like rendered or something underneath the map, and you don't actually see it. All right, let's go back. And I think we're almost done with this map. So this is where you go through. This is the Asura Gate that you go through, and I guess there's nothing. Is there another mural? It's the same one there. More of those statues, and we're going to that other mural room. Okay, cool. So that was the map. I guess there's like other things attached to it, because it looks like what is over here? What is all this? What's happening here? Look at this, guys. What is this? Hello? I don't know what this is. Is this part of a dungeon? Is this unused? I don't remember this being part of any dungeon. With like a big tree like that, with the roots and stuff coming out, and whatever that is. I don't know. Doesn't ring familiar. I don't know where it's used. I was just trying to figure out what's in that dome-like structure. Or not dome-like, but... and we're back in that hallway. Alright, cool. So, yeah, so you guys kind of see that. Let's look at some other maps. Let's go to the Cinematic Eye Vision A, Cinematic Eye Vision B, Cinematic Eye Vision C, and Cinematic Eye Vision D. So... oh, I didn't mean to do that. I double-clicked it. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Ooh, whoa. Hello. What's going on here? So we have the Eye of the North. Look at this. Look at this, guys. You see the Eye of the North. So this is the part of the this is the instance, because it doesn't actually render the map itself. Oh, look at this. This is the central transfer chamber. Okay. That's kind of cool. So we see the chamber. This is the central transfer chamber. Right before you go to attack the Great Destroyer. And apparently it's right next to the Eye of the North. So we have the Eye of the North here. There's the entrance to it. We go in. This is the first room, right? We all recognize this room now. Even the Guild Wars 2 players should recognize this room now. And then you go through this portal here. Bloop, into the Hall of Monuments with the scrying pool in the middle. It's such a shame that because you see Gwent's Garden out here, This is Gwen's little garden out here. You know, along this like these frozen mountains, she has this little like cool little area out here. I don't know what that floaty thing is. Is that like a, oh, it's part of like the glow or something. That's kind of cool. So she has like a part of Ascalon. I wish we would have the like, because it's funny because in Guild Wars 2, right where that garden is, right, oh my good god, what am I doing? Okay, right where that garden is, there's a hole in the wall, and Aurene actually closes it off. If you go there, you can see it's closed off with like the crystals, Aurene's crystals. It would have been really nice if like we would have gotten access to it maybe, and like maybe we're able to meet Gwen's ghost or something, or I don't know, someone else, or do something here, something fun, find a red iris flower or something. I don't know. Not much to see here in this map, but it's kind of cool to see the like massive Eye of the North from like an outside view, right? It's kind of cool. Like even this like has like the weird star pattern on it, like the hall itself. So that's kind of cool. I really love that. And seeing the chamber is really nice. I really like that. So, all right. Okay, that's just the chamber itself. So it brings us immediately right into the chamber. The lighting changed because it's all just black now. But it's exactly the same thing we just saw. So I think the model from earlier was from the cinematic. So I guess they have like a specific model for the cinematic versus what actually is in game. But they pretty much have these portals here because you know, this being the central transfer chamber, this is almost the old Asuran hub of portals, right? These Asuran portals lead to like all kinds of different places, and they kind of have this here, and this is what they were using to like transport all around. But this is because this is like a ley line hub, right? And Primordus is actually sleeping like right down here. And that's because, you know, it makes sense in the like, that's the thing, that's the cool part about when ArenaNet does such a good job of combining the different lores together, like the different lore threads, and they find ways to combine it. So, you know, the central transfer chamber probably runs off of the ley lines that is right underneath here. This is probably like a cluster of ley lines meet right here. So this is why the Asura have decided to build all their portals here, because this is probably latent magic is probably just like pretty powerful around here. But this is also where Primordus decided to sleep because the ley lines meet here. So it makes sense, right? Like back when Eye of the North like came out, they never really talked about ley lines. They didn't really talk about like what it meant for elder dragons to exist was never really established, you know what I mean? We saw two of them, and we saw like, you know, a champion of another one and like stuff like that, you know, but we never got to actually like understand anything about it. But it makes sense now that we can in retrospect we can go back and look at it, and it's like, yeah, it makes sense that the Asura built it here because this is where the ley line meant, but this is also exactly adjacent to where Primordus was sleeping because he was feeding on the ley lines right there. So it makes sense. Saknoth Valley, guys. Woohoo! So this is the Blood Legion homelands. This is pretty adjacent to where Kralkatorg is sleeping. Let's see. That's the Burning Forest, or part of it. Wait, there's a part of the Burning Forest? Oh, yeah, okay. I was gonna say, this looks kind of weird, but this is the Burning Forest. I guess this is like a smoke texture or something. Oh, I saw these weird balls. I don't know what they are. I've seen them before in some of the maps. I don't know if there's anyone that knows about game design. I don't know what these are. They do appear quite often though. Right here as well. I don't know what they are. They kind of block a little bit, but this is the Burning Forest, guys. So For anyone that like kind of comes down here, you find a group of Grawl kind of like worshiping this tree or something. You come in here and then you can go down. And there's a dungeon down here. Yeah, down here is a dungeon right here. And we can go to the. It's disorienting when you can move around. There's another dungeon back here. Yeah, right here is another dungeon entrance. We got this cool statue. We got the little camp and stuff. Yeah, and I love because you can see these trees in the distance. When you like stand right here, you can like look across. And it makes it feel like so vast, but in truth, it's really just like, oh, it's right there, you know. Oh, look at this. These are they're like in the shape of towers. Right? I don't know. Is that done on purpose? Are they like towers here during the mission? This is so there's a searing cauldron here, but this is where you go to free Captain Langmar, and then the destroyers. They're down here in the pit. They're being held by the Char here, of the Flame Legion, and then the destroyers come through this cave and attack everyone, and it's like this whole thing that happens. So. We can't actually see. Kraugotorg would be like right over here somewhere. He's not actually on this map, rendered on this map. Yeah, so this is like the Char Fortress here. I've never noticed that there's tents here. Are there any actual map too? This might be just for the mission. I'm not sure. But yeah, this is a really cool map. I really enjoy this map a lot. Like playing this map and going through it. It can get quite tough. Really, these open plains here have like a lot of worms on them and stuff, and there's a lot of enemy patrols running around, so it's really cool. So now we have Grothmar Wardowns and Long Eye Sledge. One of my favorites. So this is really cool, even for Guild Wars 2 players. Because you will recognize, or you can kind of make out some of the stuff here. This is like right here would be where the Blood Keep is, right? We're talking about Icewood Saga. We're talking about Grothmar Valley, right? I think that's what it's called in Guild Wars 2, right? Grothmar Valley. You know, the first map, the beautiful map that's very like. Has these amber, golden, brownish colors. You know, there's like flowers everywhere, and you have like all these different events happening. You have the shooting gallery and the ooze pit and the like all these different things. And there is the Blood Keep would be like right here. Then we have the little waterfall. So you like kind of there's Kraugotorg. So down here we have this is the little pond, for example, with the little rainbow over it. And there's like people like hanging out right here. There's like these, not people hanging out, but there's like people like hanging out on the beach. There's like umbrellas and stuff like set out here and stuff. Up here would be where the concert is. The Metal Legion concert would be like right behind this cliff. But this is Kraugotorg, guys. This is Kraugotorg in Guild Wars 1 as we see him there. That's all we see of him. It's just like this like ridge, which, you know, I guess for a long time people have mistaken it for a mountain ridge, but actually it's just like an elder dragon that's sleeping here. But doesn't that kind of look different? Like, it's very spiky, and it doesn't look very crystal-y. You know, it kind of shows you how like over like, you know, what, a 10-year period or whatever, right? It kind of just like changed, you know, and like the narrative kind of developed in like this way where it's just like, you know, the Elder Dragons were a little bit different than at their iteration. At, you know, it was like, ooh, cool, interesting, you know. We kind of see that. Down here, this is the little forest. This is where where Casimir goes through with the little with the cubs, with the warband of cubs, and goes through here, and they have the challenges, and they kind of go around here in this forest. They kind of do their thing here. This would be the area where all the tents are. This is where all the tents are. All the shopping stuff and whatever happens like all around here. And then you have the like the effigy is like around here. The effigy would be like around here. These rock-like formations, this is where you know, where the effigy event starts, you know, where like the pool of lava is, right? Like that would be like right here. I guess these rocks end up getting you know, because of like Kralkatorg like waking up and stuff, these rocks get like more exposed, and like a little rift starts, and that's opens up, and that's where the lava kind of like shows up or whatever. And then you have, when you go back up the mountain, so in Guild Wars 2 you can actually see, and I think it's even designated, I think it's a point of interest, and it says like Long Ice Ledge, I think is even a point of interest. But if you go to that corner and you look up, you can kind of see one of the homesteads of one of the Norn kind of like sunk into the ground or whatever. And that's Long Eyes Ledge right here. So this is named after, you can actually, when you go to Long Eyes Ledge, this is this outpost right here. You can see there's a portal here and a portal here. So this is the little outpost. There's no like actual building here. That's the cool part. So at some point, you can actually meet the guy, like the you know, Long Eye. You can actually meet him. He's a Norn. He hangs out here. You can talk to him. And I guess at some point he decided to build an actual homestead, but that gets destroyed in like this avalanche from the mountains or something like that, right? Then down here, this would be where the shooting gallery is. I think would be like right here, where this little battlefield is or something, would be like right over here. You know, outside of the Blood Keep or something. It's hard to measure exactly how everything is because the dimensions are a little different. Because we also then have the trail that leads up to the mountain, and I think this would be like right here. If you go like all the way up in here, like this would be the entrance to the Shiver Peak Pass that leads to the very first strike that we ever got. Then down here, so this is really cool. So this would be the area right here where the Ooze Pit is, right? And remember, the Ooze Pit is this huge arena that they built. But there's actually an interesting like lore aspect to it, because they didn't just randomly build a pit and then it put oozes in it. This dungeon, so this is a dungeon entry, and this is actually the Ooze Pit dungeon. So you go into this dungeon, and this is a dungeon, underground dungeon filled with oozes. Okay, so eventually the Charm made kind of a sport out of it, and we're like, oh well, oozes are down there and they're just kind of live down there, so we're gonna build this arena, and as they come up we're gonna kill them, you know. So there's like actually like an interesting lore aspect to that. So then we have this little camp here, the prison camp, another prison camp, I guess, that the Char have. This would be right around where the little hut is for where, what's her name, the Ash Legion Imperator. Oh, I can't think of her name. But she has her little tent out here, and this is where you get like the info on the secret code on how to like enter the secret base or whatever. That tent would be like right around here somewhere. And then you journey, you know, then you have the little path that leads from, you know, this is where all the tents are, right? Like I said earlier. And then you have the path that leads like north to the Doomlore Shrine, where you defeat the ghost, and that's like another part of like another event that happens or whatever, right? But yeah, so that's pretty much this map right here. So it's really cool. I'm realizing that these are the watchtowers that they have. That actually, it's really cool. So this is like, I guess, the animation of what they get destroyed or something. But these are like watchtowers. They actually look like actual watchtowers. I guess these are just the models as they like explode or something. That's what they look like. So, but yeah, there you go. This is pretty much the Guild Wars. You know, it's pretty close to the Guild Wars. I'm trying to think. So this is pretty much the Guild Wars 1 equivalent of what the Grothmar Valley is, you know. So like I said, the band would be playing like somewhere up here on a cliff or something, like up here somewhere around, and then, you know, Kragottorg is right there, and then the crater is like where Oreen kind of brands over his brand is like right behind it, and that's kind of how that all works out. So there you go. It's a cool map. I love it. Then we have Dalada Uplands and the Doomlore Shrine. So this is pretty much coming from the Grothmar Wardouts, the Grothmar Valley. So we see the other side of Kragottorg here, right? And we'd be coming through this portal from where we just were. All of that is happening on the other side. This is the other side of Kragottorg. I remember many a times going down to this beach, because you know, this is the closest that you can get to Kragottorg, and just kind of before Guild Wars 2 came out, you know, just kind of staying there and be like, that's an elder dragon, like, and just in my mind I was just like imagining like it, like him waking up and me standing right there, and it's happening in front of me, kind of like how Almora Soulkeeper, you know, had that little experience of like Kragottorg like passing her over and she actually survives, you know. Kind of wish we would get something really cool like that. We have more watchtowers here. Not super interesting of a map. You go, you know, this again in Guild Wars 2, we'd be moving up through here to the Doomlore Shrine. This is where the Doomlore Shrine is in Guild Wars 1. Doesn't look as decorative. It's very char, right? There's everything char. These are like char buildings that are just kind of like put together. This is one of the outposts of the Flame Legion has taken over the Citadel. No, this is the Cathedral of Flames. So we have in Guild Wars 2, we have the Citadel of Flame, which is the, like, you know, that's the dungeon in northern Ascalon, right? But this is the Cathedral of Flames. So this was like an ancient Ascalon, like whatever tomb or something, and they kind of took this over. And then this is the outpost right here. You come out. Wow, that's kind of weird, because this is usually a very dense forest. This is usually a really dense forest, but none of the trees are here. That's interesting. That's kind of crazy to see it like that. Not much to say about this map. I like the little pond with the thing, but this is not an area that we actually get to go in Guild Wars 2. It's just an open field here. You can go down here. I think you can go to this island. I think there's like a boss on this little like island right there. And then there is a cave. Isn't there a cave? Where is this cave? Isn't there a cave? Oh, right there. That's the cave, isn't it? Yeah, it is. This is the cave right here. So inside of this cave, there's actually a quest that you can do in here where there's Flame Legion, or not Flame Legion, I'm sorry, Flame Scepter Mages. Remember how we talked about Flame Scepter Mages? They are mentioned in the dungeon, in the Ascalonian Catacombs dungeon in the Path 1, where Ha just looks for the Flaming Scepters. So they're actually mentioned. They're these elite force of fire magic wielding elementalists. This unit that's like part of the army, I guess, of the Ascalonian forces or whatever, and they're actually being held here prisoner, and you actually can free them. And they're like, I think even some of them are saying that they're like gonna quit being like being mages and stuff after that experience or something. There's like really, like almost like really, I would say like negative dialogue that they kind of like what they talk about, you know. It's kind of weird, but for the longest time, so you know, it was weird because when I first started getting into the lore of Guild Wars was right around the time like Guild Wars 2 was starting production, and we were getting like tidbits here and there about like different things in the lore, different like characters and races and da. And like I said a few weeks ago, the Sylvari race was like the thing that really got me interested in the lore, because I started like researching the Sylvari, and then we've, you know, talked about the Pale Tree and you know, Ventari and da. But then Ronan is his name, the human that found the seed, right? And all we knew, because I was like, well, where does the pale tree come from? Where did they find the seed, right? And when you look it up, all you find is that Ronan found the seeds in a cave, in a faraway cave, protected by strange elementals or something very vague like that. And I was like, okay. So for a while, you know, and obviously this wasn't like I hadn't really been, you know, I had just got it started. I just was getting started into like learning about the lore. I thought for a long time this was the cave, because you go in here and you see these like plants and stuff, and you see these like cool like these little plants in the light and stuff, and I'm like, what if this was the cave? What if this was the cave where Ronan found the seed, and maybe there's gonna be like, you know, Arena is gonna release like this little side quest where you have to like go and find the other seeds or something like that, you know, or something, you know. This was before, you know, even Warren Kryda came out and stuff, you know. So but yeah, that was like you know, I don't know, just like a weird thought that I had. But yeah, anyways, this is the Dalada Uplands and the what is it called? The Doomlore Shrine. They call it Doomlore Shrine or the Cathedral of Flames. So, and again, it has that same texture on there. All right, next map. Let's do Heart of the Shiver Peak. So that's a cool dungeon, actually. Whoa. Okay, where are we? Hello. Orient myself. So again, we're underground, so it's gonna be very tight spaces that we're moving through. I don't know where. I'm in some kind of tunnel. Hello? Oh, hello. ArenaNet did such a great job with Eye of the North, really exploring the underground space of Tyria, you know, and really making it feel like this vast expanse of tunnels. Like, look at all this stuff. I don't even know where I'm going. I'm not just like flying around here. Not much I can say because we've never been underground in Guild Wars 2. But it's kind of cool. Look at all these. Like, these are definitely like Giganticus, Lipicus, like skeletons and stuff. Like, was this a graveyard where they came to die, like underground or something? Like, was this a tomb? Are these erected like that as like like tombstones, like gravestones or something? You know, I mean, that would be interesting. There could be lore at some point that we talk about. Are you guys excited for next week? We have the last release of Secrets of the Obscure coming out next week, and like I said, I probably will be making not too long of a review of Secrets of the Obscure, but I wanted to do like because I already did kind of a review of Secrets of the Obscure, but that was for the initial release. I want to do like kind of like wrap up my thoughts in like this you know, not really like, oh, let me go through the whole thing and talk about every little thing, but I started making a little list of like things that I thought were good, things that I thought were bad, and just kind of like doing that, like going through and like, you know, here's stuff that I liked, here's stuff that I disliked, boom, and just kind of like, you know, just you know, organizing my thoughts and giving you guys my opinion on what I thought of the expansion. You get these giant mushrooms, very like Alice in Wonderland, right? With these huge mushrooms. Some really cool that I wish they would have done a little bit more of. Get a little cave here. Again, we get a bunch of those pillars. As you guys can see, there's a lot of reused assets, but it's also about how you reuse the assets. You know, because when you went into the dungeons, you never really knew what to expect, and you never really knew like, ooh, what is this gonna look like? And they kind of, you know, I think they did a really nice job with even if they reuse the assets, I think they did a pretty good job with how they reuse them. Oh look, we get that same Kurzik thing again. I don't know if there's anything like super interesting in this. Get some greenery underground. I wonder if you were able, like, if you walk through here, can you look outside? Probably. I'm not super familiar with each of the dungeon. Oh, look at this. You can definitely not walk down in there. But they have some like scaffolding with like trees growing underground. It's such a weird, like, I just watched Godzilla X Kong, the new Empire, and it's like, um you know, it's interesting, the whole like Hollow Earth thing, because I really love that concept. I just felt like in that movie it was a little like they like, I don't know, it was like, it felt like they didn't think through the first part of it, like the part that came before it. So now they had to like do something in order to make it work, so they kind of like expanded the whole Hollow Earth idea. It was a little weird, but I liked it. I enjoyed it still. I thought it was a pretty good Godzilla movie. Okay, I'm easy to please when it comes to movies, so don't take that as like, you know, you might absolutely hate it. I don't know. I'm very easy to please, guys, when it comes to movies. It does not take a lot. I've just gone in circles at this point in this dungeon here. But yeah, I'm easy to please, so don't take that as like the gospel truth, you know, where it's like, oh yeah, Raleigh said the movie was great, so it must be good. It could be horrible. I don't freaking know, guys. I don't know. I enjoyed it. And I'm a huge Godzilla fan. I love Godzilla. Anything Godzilla. Give me anything Godzilla. Ooh, what is this? Oh, this is back. Okay. I think we've seen everything in this dungeon, so it's kind of cool to see that dungeon. Ooh, we get the Alcazia Tangle and the Tarnished Haven. Now, this is an interesting area. Let's go above ground. So this is a very, very interesting area because this is, so when you look on the world map in Guild Wars 2, and you look in the space between Radasum, right? I'm doing it on the left because that's how it would be on your map if you look at it. It would be Radasum and the Grove, right? You have that little like these little rivers running. It's like a delta almost of rivers, and that's unexplorable space, right? You can't go there. You can't go find out what's out there. But this area right here is what fits in Guild Wars 1. That's the area right here. Okay, so we're talking about areas between the Grove and Radasum that are not explorable in Guild Wars 2. Right, so we have the coast down here. The Haven should be right... Wait, where's the Haven? Shouldn't it be right here somewhere? I'm looking for there's an outpost, and it's called what Haven? Tarnished Haven. I'm disoriented. Oh, is it right here? There's a portal. Where does it lead? I have no clue. There's a lot of Tengu here as well when you go out. There's a lot of the tribal looking Tengu. We do see them in Heart of Thorns. You know, Tengu that didn't return to the Dominion of Winds, that are kind of like these outliers and they live out in the jungle. So it might be, I mean, that might still be the case here, but this is, if you look at the map, this is pretty close to where the Dominion of Winds would be. So I don't know if we would, if we were to go here in Guild Wars 2, if we would still find Tengu. I don't know. That's a good question. I just don't know. This is it. Wait, is this it? Oh my god. Is that the outpost? I feel like, no, that's not it. Where's the Tarnished Haven? I think there's water down here usually, guys. But you get these like cool like structures, right? And they look very Asuran, but I don't think they are. I think these are like meant to be, again, I think they're like reused assets from the Utopia expansion. But if we talk, you know, if we think about the whole Asura, the idea of Asura being on the land, this just like in the time of this map, it's very, very recent that the Asura people have moved up. Like they don't they don't even have a city cube, right, of Radasum yet. Like they're living literally on the land, with like a couple of structures here and there. So having all these towers around, it's probably unlikely that they build them. So did some ancient race build them? Have they been, were they here before? Like, you know, we kind of, we don't really know. I gotta find the stupid haven. It's driving me crazy that I can't find it. So there's this little area. I remember this. This is like one of the Asura has like a little that's this little workshop that he has here. I forgot who it is. But you have to go rescue him at some point during the mission. Oh, look, this is probably left over from Utopia as well. I always, so you see the eyeballs in here? So they're all the eyeballs in these statues in Guild Wars 1 are designed to like look like they're constantly looking at you. So you can imagine as you walk by them, they keep looking at you. It's really creepy. I felt like I could, I thought I could recognize the Tarnished Haven when I saw it, because it's up on a hill, right? Isn't it? And then there's, I don't know. I'm sorry guys that I'm like kind of, I guess I don't know what the Tarnished Haven looks like. I think this might be it, but I don't see a portal leading out of it. I just see this gate. So this might be something that we can explore. Oh, right here. Oh, there it is. Jesus, I was like, it's up on a hill, and there it is. So there's actually two entrances right here. This is actually a really cool area, because this is it right here. So this is some people living out here. This would be on the very, if you look at the world map, it's on the very tip of this little area that I talked about with the rivers and stuff flowing. It's on the very bottom right. So it'd be very, very close to the Grove. It would be like very Grove adjacent, this little town, right? You know, so if you were to look at it, I think this is north. No, that must be south. So it would be, I think, like this. I think that's how it goes. So I think the Pale Tree is like right over here. So right behind this mountain ridge would be the Pale Tree. But yeah, you have this little town of these people and stuff. And this is actually where we fight for the very last time in Guild Wars 1. Right over here, and I think it happens right outside when you leave. You have two portals to go into the town. You can pick either one to go. But right here is where we actually fight Lazarus. Lazarus the Dire. In Guild Wars 1, this is the last time that we actually see Lazarus approach us. This is where we defeat him, and this is where he does his like famous vow of like, your children's children's children will be cursed for all eternity, or whatever he says, you know, something like that. So and he makes that vow and he leaves, and this happens like right here. It's really cool. So I was like, I wanted to find that. But yeah, so we kind of see this little area. Would we see these towers out here? I mean, I don't know. I feel like probably not, but it would be cool if they kind of, if they showed us, if they gave us this area in Guild Wars 2 and kind of kept it with those towers intact, and then just like maybe have some Asuran researchers out there, because it's close to Radasum, so you'd have some crews out here, you know, researching and doing their things. It would be kind of cool to have them out here and be like, oh yeah, we're studying these ancient towers because we don't know where they came from, and we kind of want to know where they're coming from and stuff, you know. You have this area. I think this is like heavy with spiders, this area right here. These like wooded areas with the vines and stuff. You have like these spiders that pop up out of the trees and stuff. So, all right, anyways, let's move on to the next one. Magus Stones, Radasum. So this is Magus Stone. So let's find Radasum first. Up there. Whee! So this is Radasum, guys. Right here, this is Radasum. So this is before they have, like, obviously they have structures. Whether they built these or not, I would like to think probably not. I think they built this, right? This is very Asuran, the cube-like thing, you know, and it's like, you know, maybe this structure or something. Obviously, this is very Asuran, the way that looks, right? We see those structures in Guild Wars 2 as well. The bridges usually have little huts that look like that, like above it, you know, little coverings that are like... Sorry, I'm getting cold. I see blasting right on me. So, you know, this is very Asuran, but I don't know if these big structures... Again, these are more like those towers. There's more of those towers here. And, you know, this... again... probably reused from Utopia, but if we were to go and say, hey, you know, what do we, you know, how did this really happen, like now that we kind of know the history of the world and everything, it's like this could have been an ancient race or something, you know. But then we leave the Magus stones, and this is interesting because this is Radasum right here, but the actual cube of Radasum will actually go where this mountain is. This is where the actual mountain, the actual cube, the big floaty cube that we live on, right? The city of the Asura. This is actually where it is. And you actually have the outlying like mountains where all the different, you know, there's like your home lab, there's Snaf's like whatever, you know, where Azoja hangs out, like that lab. You know, then you have like further to the south, you have you know, I mean, you could say here or here, you have the little the port, you know, the port where you can teleport to and stuff like that. It looks very different. I mean, you can't really recognize anything because we can't... Oh, here's one of those bridges I was talking about. So we have these bridges here, but you can't actually... I mean, in Guild Wars 1 we can walk around these structures, you know, we can walk around here and stuff. But in Guild Wars 2, you can't do that. You know, there's all water around here, you know, and then the cube is like floating in the middle, and there's really nothing to explore. There's nothing to see, which is a shame. I wish they would have done something where you could like maybe explore, see some stuff around. But yeah, so this is kind of, I love how it's like very tropical looking. It's really cool. I love it with the floating stones. This is floating stones. So this is why it's called Magus Stones. Then we have a couple of dungeons here. This is Ula's lab, actually leads down here into this mountain. Ula, you know, being the little Golomancer that, you know, gets mentioned a few times in Guild Wars 2. She's the Golomancer that kind of, she has that one, you can find a little crystal and you can go into that hidden mini dungeon in on the Metrica province. You know, you can give the guy the little crystal and you can go in, you can walk through Ula's ancient lab, and she has combined necromancy with Golomancy. She has created like these weird like hybrid golems and stuff, and you fight your way through that. So that's where her lab originally was actually really close to where Radasum is. It's right over here. So this is around this area as well, like right down here and stuff. Actually down here you can kind of see their huts. This is High Lake territory. This is kind of where we deal with some of the evil High Lake. We fight them there. Super cool area. Ooh, I want to go to the coast. Yeah, so we get this little... This is not actually an outpost. I don't know who or what is out here, but it's not actually like an area, like this is part of the map. We have some boats out here, some fishing boat. Sorry guys. Great. So I was gonna look for, I'm looking for a specific thing right now, guys, where I thought it was by the coast. Oh, right here, I think, around us there. The floating stones are? Maybe I'm misremembering those. I guess I must be misremembering. I thought there was more of those weird heads that we see around in this area. You know, we've kind of seen those numerous times. I've shown them off numerous times in my videos now. You know, and oh, look at this. There's like a structure here. I guess you can walk through it in the game. I'm not sure. This is another dungeon. This is the spider dungeon. So this whole little foresty area right here has like a ton of spiders, and you can go there. And there's a spider dungeon. So it's like right next to like Radasum is like this weird spider area. But yeah, this map is like huge, as you guys can see. So we have these. This is Radasum. So there you go. And then the Magus Stone. So this is what Radasum was originally, and then eventually turned into the giant cube. Verdant Cascades in the Umbral Grotto. So this would be so this would be. Oh yeah, so this is way in the north. So this is the closest that we get to the Woodland Cascades. I just made a video on it, right? Because we saw the picture of the when we start. I didn't even see the message that he put in there. And always love watching your Guild Wars 1 streams when I start my work in the morning. I didn't even see with the donation there was a message. I didn't even see that. Thank you for that. Yeah, we have a lot of. Just so you guys know, I have a lot of Guild Wars 1 stuff planned. We're gonna be seeing a lot of Guild Wars 1 stuff. So you know, if you're interested in Guild Wars 1, we're still gonna be seeing a lot of it. Like I said, I'm probably for the next half year or so, I have stuff planned for Guild Wars 1, and I'm sure I'm gonna come up with other things. Look at the skybox moving. It's like a face. All right. Anyways, so kind of ADHD moment there. I don't have ADHD, but I do have moments where I'm just like whatever. Okay. So Verdant Cascades, right? So in a recent video we talked about, because they gave us a preview of what the next expansion, like a picture of the next expansion. One of the locations, and a lot of people were like, oh, it looks like Preceding Ascalon. And then, you know, I made a video kind of doing both points where I talk about, well, it could be, you know, Preceding Ascalon or that area of the world or whatever, or it could be the Woodland Cascades, Woodland Cascades, because these are, the area is called Verdant Cascades, but it's this is the this is pretty much the northeastern part of the Woodland Cascades. Yeah, and this is what it looks like in Guild Wars 1. It looks very much like the map we were just in for the most part. There's like a river that runs through here. It kind of goes along here. There's a river, like the river goes along here. There's a little bridge across the river. There's a really mean what are they called? The little floaty guys with the tentacles. Forgot the name, but there's a boss like that that's out here, and he's really mean because he interrupts you nonstop. And you have this wood log you can go over. You know, going this way, this is the cave that would lead back into the Shiver Peak Mountains. Okay, this leads into the Shiver Peak Mountains. So when you first arrive here, you come through here usually, and you go along here usually. There's a bridge here. And then you would go to the Umbral. This is just a cave. You actually have a little race that you have to do with a Norn, and you kind of run around here until you reach. I think you go to up here somewhere. Or you go along here, and then this is the Umbral Grotto. So we have that available in Guild Wars 2. The Umbral Grotto being next to the Floxen Mines, right? In Icewood Saga and Drizzlewood Coast. Not really. I mean, this is it. There's just this one cave. That's literally all it is. So, not really much that you can see there. But yeah, so we have ancient skeletons here again. Yeah. So, and we kind of move around. There's a lot of Tengu here. I think these are Tengu buildings. This is where some of these, I think this is Tengu territory, right? So this is where some of those, I forgot what they're called. They're not the are they the Sensali? No, they're the Avakari or something. Avakari Tengu. The Avakari Tengu tribe lives out here. I think that's what they are called. And yeah, and you can go out here, around this way. You know, it's very jungly, very like tropical. You know, Mesopotamia, we kind of talked about that. You see a huge influence in this type of in this place. And then you actually have a dungeon here. This is the dungeon I was talking about, the 4-parter dungeon. The dungeon where you have to do like 4 different missions at once is actually the entrance to it. Right here. But yeah, so you kind of have that map. Not too much to really see here. But it's just kind of cool to look at them. You know, I think the most interesting maps for us are maps that correspond to Guild Wars 2 locations, like Sparkfly of a swamp. Oh my god, perfect! Look at that, guys. Cool. We actually have Sparkfly. So instead of Sparkfly Fen, it's called Sparkfly Swamp. So this goes very, this is the, yeah, so this is super interesting. Let's start at the outpost. Is that the outpost here? Yeah, this is the outpost. So this is the outpost. This is, what is it called again? Gad's encampment. Gad being Vex's father, one of the main Asuran people. He's a hero you can have join in your party. Gad is he is experimenting, and he's using a bloodstone, one of the bloodstones that's hidden in this area, and he kind of does experiments, but he does like he takes a lot of risks, and he at the expense of his assistants. So he's had like accidents and people die, and he doesn't really care. And this is actually where we meet Livia for the first time, and we actually join them both on this like adventure to the Bloodstone. And I'll show you guys that the entrance to it. But yeah, so you go through and you see all these things in the Bloodstone caves and stuff, and then by the end, Livia is just like, because Livia wants to do like this, she's like, oh well, why don't you extract the magic this way? And he says, no, that's more expensive, we need to do it this way. And she's like, well, that's very unsafe. And he's like, I don't really care about your life, dude. And she's like, you know what, I don't like the way you talk to me. And she's like, I'm done dealing with you. So she ends up joining our group, actually. Yeah, the Livia, the Carida, right? The agent of the Shining Blade. But yeah, so you come here. This is his encampment. There's a bunch of people out here. There's some side quests you can do. You come out this way, and if you go to the right, so if you look at the map, I don't know exactly where the encampment would be on the map. I think Gad's encampment is if you go to the Straits of, what's it called? Straits of Devastation or whatever, where the map where Fort Trinity is on, whatever that map's called, I forgot. All these different names, like my brain is like, ooh, I don't know. Pull something out of it, and that's what came out of the whirlpool of Guild Wars knowledge. So in that map, which is south of Sparkfly Fen, right? This is actually right here. This part is actually the most northern part of that map. So when you actually look at it, like this part right here, is actually this is part of that Fort Trinity map, like the encampment and everything. So the encampment is actually where the little ancient ruins are, where there is this Orion bone ship that's like bombarding the beach, and they have like this ancient building that's there. This is actually this area right here. This little outpost would be like exactly where that is. Obviously we don't see the ancient the ancient structures or anything like that, but you could say that maybe they're like further up, like behind these mountains or something, and they don't, we don't actually get to see them or something. Or maybe they are inside of the mountain, and then Zaitan awakes, and he kind of, all this water, this tsunami reaches here and kind of just like clears it all away, and all of a sudden you have these ancient ruins that are sitting out there. But yeah, because when you go, so then you go from that little corner, right, and you stay on that map, and you go across, and you go east, like perfectly east, along the, like right along the line of where the end of the map is, like the northern edge of the map, and you come into a little cave system. And I've talked about this. There's a little short, not a short, but there's a video that I made years ago talking about the Bloodstone Caves, okay, and what is going on with the Bloodstone Caves. And the Seekers of the Obscure, they actually acknowledge the Bloodstone Caves, because you actually go to them and you actually find a little item for the collection in order to get the portal scroll for the Wizard's Tower. And in that little cave, you can see a little entrance, and the entrance is to the Bloodstone Caves, where Gat experiments on the with the Bloodstone and stuff like that. And they have the and this is the entrance to it, right? We get these symbols are on the Bloodstone itself, and this is the entrance to those caves right here. You go inside of it. Obviously, it just gives us like a little bit of an entrance. It doesn't actually render the whole dungeon for us. I'm sure there will be the dungeon. We will be able to look at it or whatever. But yeah, so that is that same cave right here. Again, the tsunami probably changed a lot of the stuff, and the gate does look different. So it looks like perhaps someone it looks very Asuran like, the new gate that you see in Guild Wars 2 that's over the entrance to the Bloodstone Caves. So it might be that some Asura came down here and they sealed off the entrance to the Bloodstone Caves or something. Not sure, but anyways, so and then you actually go north, right? We go north and we go into the Sparkfly Fen, and and we kind of see the swampy area. So to the left you have a lot of the water areas, just like in Guild Wars 2. There's a lot of like watery areas with the trees hanging down. I recently talked about this in one of my shorts. If you guys watch my shorts, you will kind of recognize this area a little bit. I was here recently because we talked about the ashes of Saedra, which are located like right here somewhere. I want to say they're like right here or something. And in Guild Wars 2 we actually see these ancient ruins. There's this Orion runestone, this weird like temple like structure, the shrine, they call it, shrine of something, there's a name to it. The shrine of Uzar or something like that is what it's called. And it's like right in this area, right? And this is what it looks like. There's a lot of these nest like things. These are actually like spider nests. So you actually fight like these are like little spider eggs that they have out here. I don't even know what that is. What is that? Is that like it's like a spider body or something? Kind of gross. But yeah, these spiders inhabit this area right here, and then the High Lake have a little outpost right here. Again, we see these High Lake structures. They walk around everywhere here. There's like a bunch of High Lake. Yeah, and then you have this, like, again, we have one of those faces right here that follows you wherever you go with its gaze when you're in the game. Very creepy. But like right along the water. You don't see that in Guild Wars 2. That does not exist in Guild Wars 2. And yeah, so that's that area. And then the northern part of this area leads into another dungeon. It actually leads into a dungeon. The whole dungeon in here, and we'll talk about it when we actually go through the dungeon. But it's actually a reference to the show Red vs. Blue, if you guys have ever watched it. It's this comedy show made by Rooster Teeth, which had like God knows how many, rip Rooster Teeth because it doesn't exist anymore. But they had like God knows how many seasons, like 20 seasons or something of it. And I actually watched a massive part of it, and it's actually really funny. I remember watching it and just it was really really funny. Okay, that's all I gotta say to it. It was really good, so definitely a show I recommend. I don't know how it, I think I only watched it to like season 11 or 12 or something, and I got a little bored of it. But I don't know how it went after that. I don't know, but yeah, so that's pretty much it. You see a lot of saurians. There's actually like a T-Rex kind of enemy that'll walk around here. We have another face up here. Again, that doesn't exist in Guild Wars 2. Wish we had more of those around, but yeah, that's pretty much it. So that's pretty much the map. These plains don't really, I mean, I think there's like water that runs down here or something. Maybe not. No, I don't think so. Oh, that's just like different pathways. Yeah, and you can do some different quests here and find Sadras ashes. You can pick them up. They give you like a boost. They give you like something like health regeneration or something. Yeah, and so that's Sparkfly Fen / Swamp / whatever, right? Alright, moving on. We've only done like, I mean, we've only done like 10, and we still have like, I mean, look at how many maps we have, guys. I can't even tell you. Like this might have to be a multiple series stream. I thought I was gonna be faster with them, but as you guys know, I love to talk. I love to hear the sound of my own voice. Obviously I'm not done yet, but I'm saying, like, you know, I don't think I'm gonna get through all those maps. So now we're doing Varanjar Fells and Olafstedt. One of my favorite areas in the game. So this is adjacent to, what would this be adjacent to? The Verdant Cascades. Remember how we talked about the Verdant Cascades? You can go through the cave and you can go into the Shiver Peak Mountains. This is where you would end up at. And let me try to find. I need to orientate myself. Olafstedt is right here. Would it be right here? No. You go through a cave. Is it down here? Yes, down here. I think this is it. So you'd be coming through this cave. So there's the portal right here. You'd be coming through this cave if you were to, you know, leave the verdant cascades, and you'd move into this area. And this is, I don't know, I think parts of this is BR Marches. Might be because we're very adjacent to the Drakkar Lake, actually. So, but I don't think there's anything like recognizable. So this is just like a very open area. This is actually like, this is actually like all the brown stuff down here. This is actually like ice. It's like water that's like turned into ice all around here and stuff. Underneath this bridge and stuff. Then we have Olafstedt. Olafstedt is this really cool outpost, Norn outpost, and we can kind of circle around it. There's like one path up the mountain, and it's sitting on this hill. It's really cool. It's in the middle of the area because you can traverse all around this. You know, you can go down here, you can go over here, you can walk all around these little areas right here. And, you know, there where we just came from, we'd be going up the mountain. We can go into that cave over there. You know, we can go into these different areas. There's a portal here. There's a portal here leading to 2 different areas there. But yeah, it's sitting right in the middle of this map, which is really, really cool. And I think the most interesting part of this map is actually right here. So we come down to Olafstedt, we go across here, and we go, as you can see, there's this area right here that's kind of blocked off by these rock formations. And as you enter this area, it actually gets dark. Again, a recent was it a recent short that I made? No, this was the video recently that I talked about the secret languages of Tyria, where we kind of tried to like make sense of the weird decipherable message that we could get from the spirit, which I guess, you know, this was pre-Nios, and I was hoping that we would get something in, or not, no, this was actually after the first release of Nios, and I was hoping we would get some kind of answers to it, but we didn't. Unfortunately, the latest releases of Guild Wars 2 have been very lore dry, like there's not been a lot of lore on anything outside of maybe cryptus stuff. So it's unfortunate, but anyway, so this is the stone circle that we come to. This is the area, like as you enter this area, it gets very dark and very gloomy looking, and there's like snow falling, and you can see like, you know, the trees around here are all like very pretty with snow covered, and they're not dead, right? They have like they're pine trees, and they still have pines on them and stuff, but you go into that area and the trees are dead. You know, there's like dead trees everywhere, like up here and up there, and they're all like fallen over and rotted. And you get this like the stone circle, and that's where we defeat the dragon aspects, right? And that's where we go with the guy with Kirsch, and we summon the ghost that gives us the message that he actually ends up deciphering, and it gives us that weird cryptic message that I talked about in that video. So again, if you guys want to see that video, check it out over on my channel. It's not super long. It's only like 15 minutes or something long. So nothing too crazy to watch, but if you're interested in anything lore related, make sure you watch that. Then we have this area is kind of maybe noteworthy is we have some griffins. This is where like a lot of griffins hang out, so this is very adjacent to the dark area. But if you come out of it and you go to this rocky area, there's a lot of griffins around. There's like a griffin boss, and they kind of just hang out right here. There's a portal in the back to another area that you can go. And that's about it. I mean, there's nothing. You have a is it here? Yeah, it's right here. This is actually an entrance to a dungeon as well. You get this little cave, you know, this little icy cave, and it leads into Raven's Point, which is this like weird crystalline looking, like magical looking dungeon, where you have to do a mission as well as it's a dungeon. You can go in and do that. So that is that area. All right, let's look at Norhard Domains, Gunner's Hold, and Plains of Jaren. Plains of Jaren? Why aren't they here? Wait a minute. What? This does not have the Plains of Jaren in it. No, this is the Norhard Domains. And then there is Gunner's Hold. So this is just north of the Eye of the North. This would also be part, I think the most northern part of it would be part of Biora Marches. Again, Icefruit Saga was very destructive in the connectivity of the lore of the world and how the maps align properly, and how if you look at that Shaman's Guide, you can kind of see how the Icefruit Saga maps don't align properly, which is such a big shame, because ArenaNet has always made sure that the maps align perfectly if they're using something that existed in Guild Wars 1. Unfortunately, Icefruit Saga is not like that. We do get some reference to some areas, but they do destroy, I would say, destroy enough of the connection between the two to make it not super recognizable. But this is just an area that we come to. This is one of the biggest outposts, probably, you know, next to Eye of the North, probably the next biggest one outpost to be found. I mean, you know, this is the Gunner's Hold with the little arena here that you actually have the tournament. We will partake in the tournament when we go through it, but it's a one-on-one like arena against like different henchmen and heroes and party members they can have, or even like random NPCs that are like that exist, and you can fight them, and they have these like weird interesting builds, and you have to like PvP against them. It's one-on-one, you know, not a party setup, you know, and you have to like fight them and survive, and it's really cool. So we will be playing that when we go to Eye of the North. Other than that, there is a cave over here that you can go into. Cool little cave. There's a like a wolf boss, Fenrir, I think is what he's called. And you can kind of go out of it, and it's nothing crazy. Other than that, I don't think there's anything noteworthy in here. We have whatever that is. Is there anything noteworthy? I don't think so. It's a big area with different. Oh, what is I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. That's interesting. Oh, I think this is part of... There's like a mission that you have to do, I think, or something. Maybe this might be part of it. I don't know what that is. It's almost like a ritual place. We might explore that at some point. When we go to that area. Alright. Next map. The Yagamorain. Yagamorain? Whatever. Alright, so this is also part of BR Marches in Guild Wars 2. Is it... Where is the... Is it here? Yeah, so if you go down this path right here, you would actually go to Sifhala. Okay, and Sifhala is... So when you do the meta at Drakkar Lake, with Drakkar, right? And you go into the lake, right? You take the path into the lake, and you take it all the way to the end, and before it bends and goes up further into the like mountain, there's like these ruins. And when you actually look at the POI, it does tell you that these are the ruins of Sifhala. So there's actually a town out here. We're probably gonna see it coming up shortly, I'm guessing. Oh, maybe not, because this is Isle of the Worms. I think. Oh, there's Drakkar Lake, and yeah, so it's coming up. And that's where that leads. So then you go further north, and you have this wide open space. It's really, really cool, because on the side over here, this is the old, this is like an old town that was like destroyed, and this is like Jorah's old homestead. Jorah being one of your party members at that point, right? And it's destroyed, and it's this huge little like town or whatever. Is this true? Yeah, this is... Is that correct? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. No, I'm thinking of BR Marches. I don't know what this area is. But you actually go here to this little thing, and you actually pray. I wonder, do these extend underground? Oh, I thought maybe they were longer, and they just kind of set them. I don't remember what the lore of this little area is, but it's this destroyed town, and there's like spirits that roam here and stuff, and you can kind of see how destroyed it is. Yeah, and you kind of, it's kind of interesting because it's divided by this like mountain range from the main map, but you can actually get there. Like you can go around, and you can go down here, and you can go in there. So you can't actually get there. Then we have Egil's Purge. Okay, Egil's Purge right here. Egil Fireteller. I talked about him in one of the videos where I talked about. This is a while ago. This video that I made. It was a really good video. I thought it was a very interesting video, but it was talking about the other spirits of the wild. That's probably what I named it as well. It's like other spirits of the wild, where this is where Egil Fireteller, he's one of the scalds, like, is that what they're called? The bard minstrel people of the Norn, you know, that tell the stories of whatever, right? And he actually tells us about these spirit of the mountain and spirit of fire, which we hear about. We actually get to interact a little bit with the spirit of fire's power in Bitterfrost Frontier, and that release, like a Crack in the Ice or whatever it's called. They actually, the Khodan people talk about how the spirit of fire was actually, like, at some point, you know, they were teaching the spirit, and the spirit was teaching them. They were like learning off of each other or whatever. But this is the very first time that we ever hear about these. We have the spirit of fire, the spirit of mountains, the spirit of darkness, and the spirit of seasons. I don't remember. I think there's 4 different ones that he mentions or something. But this is where his little outpost is. This is where Egil lives. It's this cute little outpost. You can't. It's not actually an outpost. This is actually part of the map as well. You can go there. There's some merchants. There's some collectors and stuff hanging out. And yeah, and you can kind of go through here. Then you get this like these interesting like rifts, like where the ground like kind of opens up a little bit, and a lot of destruction is happening. And they actually have these little signs where they tell you in this area right here, like, beware of avalanches. But it's interesting because you're like, oh, makes sense, right? I'm on a mountain, I gotta be careful of avalanches. Well, avalanches are actually enemies in Guild Wars. They're these like elementals. They're these like massive snow elementals, and they're called like avalanches. So whether or not those signs actually talk about real like avalanches or those monsters, not sure, but they do exist right here. Then we have, where is it? Oh, right here. So we actually have there's a really cool there, if you go to like the very most northern northwest point, you have this tiny little path up the mountain, and you actually find, you can see it right here, there's these skeletons. There's a you know, overseeing like nothing, right? This is looking into an area of Guild Wars that we've never explored. This is like the farthest ever in the Shiver Peak Mountains that you would ever, because only the southern part of this map, which would be like over there, would be part of BR Marches, which is like the most northern part that we've ever seen in Guild Wars, you know, in Guild Wars 2. But this is the most northern part in Guild Wars 1, and it overlooks like, you know, nothing. It's like a snowy whatever, you know, it's like very misty and snowy, and there's just like this mountain here, and you overlook it. But there's actually a necromancer, like an evil Norn necromancer, and he's doing like weird, like he's, I don't know, killing people, luring people over there or something. I don't know. I think there's like a quest even that talks about him or something, and you have to come here, and this is where he kind of hangs out. And then we have another, a couple more areas here. So we have this weird mountain right in the middle. You actually, I think, yeah, you can go up on it. And then we have, in here is a dungeon. This is a dungeon entrance. This is actually, so you go into this, and I think this is where you meet like one of the worm enemies, like one of the big worm enemies or whatever. And then my most favorite part is right here. Okay, and you see, oh, this is interesting. I don't know what those are. But you can go right along this ledge, right? And it's a giant hole, and there's a sign. Is the sign even there in the render of the map? I guess not. There's a sign that you can read, okay? And it talks about this hole. And it talks about how the lore behind this giant hole, okay, is that apparently this was made by a gigantic worm-like enemy. Okay, like a worm-like creature made this hole, and apparently it leads somewhere. It leads somewhere, right? And it goes. No one knows where it goes. I don't know if there is like some kind of like theories that the Norn have where this leads, but there's actually a group of Norn, like, you know, like a Norn expedition, like a set amount of like 4 or 5 of them or something of Norn that actually venture down into that hole, and they're never seen or heard from again. And that's all the lore we get about this giant hole that exists in the Shiver Peak Mountains. You know, with the light coming in and stuff, and it's very like, oh, okay, so like that must be a massive worm though, if you look at it. Like, look at how huge that is. It must be like a giant, I mean, that's huge. That's bigger than an Elder Dragon. Well, that's maybe Elder Dragon sized worm, right? Like, it could be like Mordramoth. Mordramoth could have made this hole, you know? So yeah, so that's probably the most interesting part of that map. Yeah, and we kind of just like fly around, get another look at some of these parts. It's a very beautiful map. I do like this map a lot. It's nice. Remains of, we're going, okay, hello. So now we're going completely away from everything Eye of the North, and we're going to Nightfall. I'll actually go to an outpost, which is called the Remains of Salaja. Salaja. But this is it. So this is actually on the so this would be traveling from Vabi into the desolation. This is on the edge of the desolation. Okay, and it's just this outpost where there's a lot of spirits hanging out here. This is a little challenge that you can do, where you go around and you have to defeat, like, it's almost like, I think it's like very Pac-Man inspired. The challenge that you do it on inside of Junandu worms. You actually ride these Junandu worms through this like maze-like thing. So it's very much kind of like Pac-Man-y in a way. But that's this, and you see these tendrils. These are torment tendrils coming out. So because in Guild Wars 1, you know, this was as Abaddon was, you know, coming, you know, he was trying to return. Varish Asa was like doing all these things, trying to make him return to our realm, freeing him from the prison that is the realm of torment. And so yeah, so this is where we journey into the desolation. Again, I don't know if there's any structures that align with this in Guild Wars 2. But yeah, just think of this as like the southern part of the desolation, pretty close to like the Bone Palace, I would say, probably. I think this is more in an area that is not explorable in Guild Wars 2. I think this is very south of where even the Bone Palace and stuff like that is, still in the desolation though. Not much else to say really about that map, but Isle of Solitude. So this is a Guild versus Guild map, correct? Yes, I think so. Yeah, so you kind of spawn in. I don't know where you spawn in. Do you spawn in here? No, I think you spawn in here. Well, I guess it depends on which team you are. But this is one of those PvP maps, kind of. So you have, you know, team spawns here, team spawns here, and they like clash in the middle, you know. But I think there's like a mission that you have to do that kind of is like that as well. It kind of utilizes for a different space. But I don't know exactly where this would be. This would be like, because this is Vabi and this is Korna, so this would be like probably right on the border of like Vabi and Korna, some kind of island. But I mean, it's like, it's hard because Vabi is north and doesn't have access to the coast, so I don't really know how that would fit into the whole thing. Corrupted Isle. Another Guild versus Guild map. Realm of Torment inspired. We've seen these in the Realm of Torment. Those are the like teeth-like structures, I think. Yeah, so this is very Realm of Torment. You know, this is like Korna here, very Korna looking, versus Realm of Torment. So again, you have two opposing forces fighting against each other. I don't think that these are very worthy of looking over, because these are just like maps thrown together with reused assets. Isle of Worms, probably another. Is this another? Is this another PvP map? Yeah, I think this is another PvP map. Kind of cool to see how they constructed these. So again, opposing forces. One team spawns there, one spawns over here, and they clash. Uncharted Isle, I think also. This is so this is the Istan inspired Guild versus Guild map. So again, you got one side here, one side here. They clash in the middle. I didn't know there was a back part to this map. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So there's two different routes. You can kind of take the water route, or you can go up here through the jungly part. So this is Istan inspired stuff. Alright. Drakkar Lake. So we're going back, guys. We're going back to the. Sorry, we're kind of jumping around. You know, it's kind of tough for me to look at this, but this is super interesting because we're gonna actually look at Drakkar, the iteration of Drakkar, how he looked in Guild Wars 1, completely butchered in Guild Wars 2, one of the most egregious thing that ArenaNet has ever done in my life. I took personal offense to that and I cried. So I just want everyone to know that I was so upset when they revealed how Drakkar looked. I remember watching the stream and I remember being like, what? I was so upset. I was so upset because Drakkar was always the one thing where I'm like, man, I can't wait to face Drakkar, see Drakkar in Guild Wars 2, and then they made him look completely different. Anywho, let's do it. So, Zavala is right here. I just talked about this. I don't think there's any recognizable. It's very strange. Again, I find that ArenaNet Iceboot Saga was such. There's so many things that I have that really I just feel like are just that ArenaNet messed up on when they did Iceboot Saga. There was really, I really felt like they were rushing their developers to make something, and not really considering the lore that already exists. Because as you guys can see, Zavala is not underground, but in Guild Wars 2 it is underground. Zavala is close to a mountain range, and it is close to a giant. There's a cave system right inside of here that you can actually walk through. But you know, it's kind of, I mean, this is Zavala, how it looks in Guild Wars 1. You know, you actually meet Sif right here. Stands there, she hangs out. And then when you go through this portal, is it this? Yeah, this portal right here. That would lead to the Yagamorain, to the map we just looked at earlier with the giant wormhole and the guy that was like on the tip of the mountain. You know, like the necromancer guy with the avalanches, and that's where this would lead, right? So there's a little graveyard right outside that they have, and then you have this like cave system right here. This is like kind of expansive. There is a shrine here. I want to say that's to, is that to Wolf, the shrine right there? I think it is. Oh my god, I'm lost. Let me get back to where I was. All right. Yeah, so there's a lot more to the cave actually, because you can go through here and you can go through. Oh, this is the wolf shrine right here. I don't know what that other shrine is, but you can go around here. I mean, it's a very extensive cave system, so it's not unreasonable to think that maybe Zavala was swallowed up by maybe the cave system extended far enough underneath Zavala to like swallow it up or something, or like a giant, again, maybe the mountains, because of Primordias and Jormag moving or whatever, you know, the mountain kind of comes crashing down onto Zavala and connecting it to the cave system that is right there. But when we're fighting, I feel like when we're fighting Drakkar, we might be inside of that cave system. I mean, they are existent right there. The lake is right there. It's much smaller in Guild Wars 2. It feels much larger in Guild Wars 1. So you mean like in this program? So, because this program I only have for like a couple of weeks now, and I did take a little tour through them. Not all the maps. I think I didn't even get to Drakkar. I think I stopped somewhere around like Magus Stones or something, and then kind of I kind of like randomly I was like, let me look at Jahai Bluff. I didn't actually look at Dry Bluffs, but the Deep. I looked at the Deep. The Deep was one that I clicked on. I kind of like, I looked at a lot of these Haiju Lagoon I looked at. Raizu Palace I looked at. Arborstone. Did I look at Arborstone? I did not. No. Like, I randomly, like, picked out. I didn't actually go through each of them. So, but, you know, I mean, I've played the game enough to know all there is to know about these maps, really. So we have this open field. This is right outside. So the Coden base would be like right here. like right around here somewhere would be the Kodan base. We have this like weird little arena, like not arena, but it's like they clearly keep like animals in here. There's no I don't think there's any animals kept in there. But yeah, so this is where that would be the you know, this is because you would go down the hill to the lake, right? And you know, right up here would be like the little outpost that you have. Now when you go down south and you actually have, so when you are in the map in the BR Marches on the second half of BR Marches and you're at the Kodan outpost and you go south, there's a little ridge that leads down to this lake. And there is a what's it called? Oh my god, one of the tree elementals. What are they called? The druid, not the druids, but the Oakhearts. There's the Oakhart boss that's at the bottom of that thing, right? And that's a reference to this area. So there's a little there's this little area right here that's kind of, as you can see, it's kind of split off, and you can see there's some blue there. But you can go down this path and you can find this like cool tree by this lake area. And it's very beautiful. There's like this, I think these are like glow panels or something. Like they create this like cool glow in the area, because every time I see them, it's like when there's like something glow or something going on. So but yeah, so that's this area right here with all these trees and stuff. It's a reference to that. It's a reference to the little bunny enemy. We'll see the little bunny enemy, don't worry about that, and I'll show you guys how that enemy works and stuff. But yeah, it's this bunny that lures you into this trap. It sits at the top of this little path, and you follow it down, and then when it gets to the end of it, it turns into like this evil spirit, and all these other spirits come out and they attack you. But that's what this that references, that little ridge south of that little outpost, the Kodan outpost at Drakkar Lake. Okay, so then you go down into the lake, and this is actually what Drakkar looked like in Guild Wars 1, guys. Okay, I guess he is part of the... Oh, there he is. So do you see how different he looks? He looks very much like Jormag, more so than what he looked. But look at this. They really did not do a good job with you know, because he has these like fin-like. He doesn't have any feet or like he doesn't have any feet or hands. He has like fins, like these sickle-like fins. And I'm gonna get like a closer look from above. He has these like sickle-like fins, right? And that's what Drakkar looked like. He looks very different in Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 2, he has, you know, he doesn't have a head like that, and I love that the head is a separate part to the body. But he doesn't have a head like that. He doesn't have like, you know, this is not what he looks like. He has this long snout-like thing, and he has these claws, and he's very slender, and he's very like almost like alligator-like in the way that his like body structure looks, right? That's not at all what he looked like in Guild Wars 1, and it's something that very, very like upset me so bad, because it was like, you know, I'd been looking at this dragon for so many years, and I'm like, oh my god, is that Jormag? No, it's called Drakkar Lake, and everyone was like, this is Drakkar. Like, this is, you know, we had no info. We didn't know that this was Drakkar, but everyone was like, this is not Jormag. There's no way that's an Elder Dragon. That's Drakkar. That's why it's called Drakkar Lake. Because that's what this area was called, you know? So, but yes, we kind of see him here in the lake looking completely different. You know, I mean, it's kind of a shame that we didn't get this model of Drakkar, you know, and it was kind of, ArenaNet had this really bullshit, and I call it bullshit, you know, I love ArenaNet for the things that they have created, and I still make videos about the game and both games, and I enjoy both games, and I love the lore and I love the world, but that was such a bullshit. I remember watching the stream, and they were like, yeah, well, you know, the magic of Jormag kind of transformed him, and I'm like, it's a completely different being. Like, you gave your artists like way too much freedom on this. Like, I'm always okay with like having artistic freedom and stuff, but you have an outline of this would be so interesting to fight too. Like, I could totally see him being, instead of like having legs and arms, he, like, the whole idea of swimming through ice still is something that I could totally see being true. because the way that he looks like he's just like he could float in like midair, or like he could like swim, right? He looks more like he would be like an underwater dragon or something, you know. But you could have still the idea of that he swims through ice. The way that he looks now really doesn't. I really hate the way that he looks now. So kind of a shame that we didn't get to see that, but yeah, so that's Drakkar Lake. You can walk around the lake. There's a bunch of bosses on top of, or there's like Jinn bosses and stuff that are hanging out. There's some centaurs walking around. I think that's it for this map, though. Not much else really to say about this map. Just some areas that you can go to. I don't think there's anything else that's like a reference to Guild Wars 2. If there is. Like a little roadblock. There's like a weird little area there, but yeah. So I'm gonna take a short break, guys. I'm gonna be right back. Be right back, guys.
You think you know me? Say I'm as cold-hearted as they come. You think I'm slowly cutting my ties with you, that I'm done. Here's what you don't know. Feelings, they grow slow. I've just been caring for mine. Now I can feel it. Now I believe it. Baby, tonight is the night. I'm gonna call you up in the name of love. Gonna call you up and tell you that I'm not giving up. In the name of love, I'm not giving up. Get on you. In the name of love, in the name of love. You think it's easy, yeah, falling in love, well, maybe for you. I think it's crazy, oh no, but I'll be damned if I'm not a fool. Here's what you don't know. Feelings, they grow slow. I've just been caring for mine. Now I can feel it. Now I believe it. Baby, tonight is the night. I'm gonna call you up in the name of love. Gonna call you up and tell you that I'm not giving up. In the name of love, I'm not giving up. Get on you. In the name of love, in the name
In the name of love. All right. Yeah, doesn't he look really cool like that? I mean, I just wish we would have gotten some kind of version of that. You know, I kind of I still kind of I'm like I would like to know and understand the like why did you change it so drastically? Why didn't you take this and make something out of this? Because to me it really feels like they didn't even consider this model at all when they created it, because they created this, like, you know, quadrupedal, like, alligator snout looking, like, creature that's like like the Bone Skinner looks closer to Jormag or Drakkar than Drakkar does to Drakkar. It's kind of weird, right? But anyways, so we'll move on from that. Still Sour Point in that. You know, it's kind of cool though that he's right in the position where once he broke free of it, he dove down into the ground, right, and kind of went down into the ground. It's kind of weird because there's some stuff that's like kind of actually ass backwards, because when you look at it this way, right, so this is the lake, okay, and you would have the outpost, like I said, right here of, so, and this is why I talk about, this is when I talk about Ice Root Saga was so upsetting to the world building and the lore aspect of the game. It was very just, it was not good. It wasn't good in a lot of different ways, and this is a prime example. So we were dealing with Drakkar, who first of all looks completely different, right? But then we have the outpost here. So you go down from the outpost, right? And like let's take the mental journey here. So we go down from the outpost, right? We follow what's her face? I don't even remember what her name is. We follow her down to the lake, and we go inside of the lake, right? And you go down into the lake, and it goes through here, right? And you go underground, and at the very end of this long way, what's at the very end? And I didn't even realize it earlier as I was saying it. At the very end is Zifhala. So in Guild Wars 2, Zifhala is located like down here. Like, it's kind of weird because Zifhala is actually north of the lake, and it's not north of the lake. North of the lake, you find like these old, you find these shrines to like eagle and ox, and like all of those things are like up there. I think it's the ox and the other shrine that you find up there. But again, it's very like, they kind of took an area and they were like, okay, and too much freedom. I feel like there was not oversight. There was not enough oversight done by like senior staff that wanted to, clearly there's some people involved in the creation of Guild Wars 2 that are wanting to preserve the integrity of the world that they had built at some point, and this kind of with Ice Root Saga went like kind of out the window in a lot of ways, and Drakkar Lake is a prime example of that. Very unfortunate. So but anyways, all right, let's move on. Where was I? Where am I? Okay. The Astralarium. So we're actually going back to Issam. And we're dealing with the Astralarium. It's very, very, very different. So the Astralarium, let's think about it in Guild Wars 2. Astralarium is the like star-shaped little, has all the little pools around it, and there's these telescopes, and they have the library inside, and it's like this big building. It goes high up into the sky, and they have a big telescope at the top, and it has all these like obelisks on the side that talk about all these different, has these star charts on it and stuff like that. Well, this is it right here. Okay, this is the Astralarium in Guild Wars 1. You can't climb up to this. There's a closed gate right here. So I guess this is the main building of the Astralarium. This is the but you can't actually go there. So that's like blocked off right there. You have a portal to one area there, and then there's a portal to another area right there. Yeah, and you kind of have like, this, and then you have this part as well right here. You can't access it. You can go along this wall. We have these weird graffiti here. This is apparently this appeared with Abaddon. I don't know what this says. I don't know if this is decipherable. I doubt it. But this is Abaddon. This is the runes, the whatever, the inscription that appears after Abaddon kind of awakens. Yeah, and we have this is the Astralarium, guys. Looks very different. Not that I'm truly against that. I feel like 250 years is long enough of a time for them to like completely rebuild the area and say, oh, we want to build a different structure, especially with like Palawa Joko and like the whole idea of like, once Abaddon was defeated, like, and Cormyr rising to godhood, I felt like there was like kind of a change of belief systems, because one thing, like the main deity specifically for the people of Vabi, the Vabians, I guess you call them, was Lissa. Lissa was when you go to Lissa, like when you go to Vabi, they talk about Lissa everywhere, like in the missions and stuff. We'll see it once we go through Nightfall. There's mentions of Lissa everywhere. Lissa is like their goddess. They like are followers of Lissa, and this changes with Cormyr rising to godhood. There's like this weird, I don't know. I'm sure there's a term for it, but in the whole like the whole religion as a whole. The whole religion as a whole changes, right? Because they still believe in the six gods then, right? But they believe in Lissa mostly. That's like their one like go-to deity, right? They're like patron goddess. Oh my god, my cat is so loud. Ma'am, please stop. Close the door. Like, that's when you're dealing with a deaf cat. She can't hear herself, so she's just like, meow, meow. I'm like, there's food in your bowl. Go eat it. What do you want from me? But yeah, so so there was a change of that. There was also like, we gotta think about, we have to think about like technology kind of advancing and stuff. So something that's research related would obviously change a lot, because as technology gets better, they want to build like a larger they just how it is in the world, right? It's like they want to build a larger area where they can research more, and things change. So but yeah, this is the Astralarium. Very interesting. Yeah, right outside the Astralarium is this like weird these tombs with like little doors, like crypts. They're like little crypts outside, where actually you fight some enemies. Riven Earth. We're moving across the world again. We're going to this. So this is north of the Alcasia Tangle. The area that's not available. This would be like this is like the southern part of Metrica Province. Okay, this is the southern part of Metrica Province. The starting area of Metrica Province with like Sorendra, and like you go down to the lake, and you have the little like the stone bridge. I've made a short. I think I made a short about the stone bridge and stuff. So that's kind of that area that we're looking at right now, like around in that. Let's go. So is Radasum actually? Yeah, Radasum is. Yeah, so this is Radasum. This is the backside of the big building at Radasum, so you don't actually get to like see the little plaza. The little plaza is behind here. But yeah, so you come out of Radasum, and then you can kind of, you have everywhere to go, of course. So Sorendra would be like right around here, right? Sorendra would be like located right around here somewhere. But if you go south of Sorendra, in the Metrica Province, what is south of Sorendra? Well, there's a small little cave, right? Remember, there's a small little cave. This is in Icebreath Saga. You actually come to that cave to fight the destroyers. They kind of, there's like lava flowing through it or whatever. And this cave actually exists in Guild Wars 1. You can actually go in here. Look, this little cave right here. In Guild Wars 1, it's tiny little cave. There's no lava or anything. And there's raptors. This is actually infested with like a plethora of raptors that are in there, and there's like a raptor boss in there as well and stuff. Open field right here, nothing interesting there. I think we get some Tengu around here. So this would be where the lake is. This is the lake at the very end where you know, that's where the stone bridge is. I talked about how much larger the stone bridge is in Guild Wars 1, right? Where you go over it and it's like you look down and it's like a giant ravine under you, like it's this giant chasm like under you, right? It looks very different. Again, you can watch that short, you can kind of see it. And then I think I made a short about that as well. We actually have these stone faces again, right? And the theory was by people that, you know, because the water flows down from here, that it actually like they break off, they fall down or whatever, and they get carried, you know, between game 1 and game 2, and they get carried all the way to the what's the area? Caledon Forest. There's all these names. I'm sorry guys, I have all these different names of areas and stuff, and I'm, you know, Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2, and I'm like, but you know, the stone faces that you kind of see, you know, I made a short about that as well, where it's like, oh, you can see kind of perhaps what they looked like in Guild Wars 1. We don't know for sure that these are the same ones, but they do not exist in Guild Wars 2. And then there is the little cave underneath. Here is actually, so we have a bridge here. Remember the little bridge on the side that would probably be closer to like right here. There's the little bridge with the little floating arrow platform so you can go across at the very end of Metrica Province where the waterfalls are. So that would be this area right here. Then you have the little lake right there with the Inquest building. They used to have the heart that was underwater and they removed it. And then you would have the High Lake like right over here. And then there's like a little the little Asuran lab that they have at this on the side. Here in Guild Wars 1 we have a spider outpost. Not a little spot, but there's like a spider nest. You come here and there's like a lot of spiders. I guess these are spider web assets. They're like all over the little thing. So this is you come here for defeating spiders. And there is actually in Guild Wars 2 you do find spiders around this path, I want to say. Because you come to Stonebridge and then you can go across, and then there's the little arch that you can go through to the northern part of Metrica Province. You can't do that here. It just leads across, and there's like multiple bridges across these giant chasms. It makes me kind of wish we still had like now, like if they were to build. I guess this is a question to the community rather than like something that I can answer, but do you guys think, I don't know why I can't talk. Do you guys think that if they had mounts in mind, or at least gliding, being able to like have huge chasms on their map and like big areas like that, with the movement of the freedom of movement that we have now, do you think they would have designed some of these maps differently, having that in mind? Because that was never something that they had in mind. So they couldn't build a bridge that was like, you know, 100 feet in the air. They had to put it at like, I don't know, what is it, like 5 feet in the air that it is now in Guild Wars 2, you know? So anyways, adventure. Then we have this is the golem site. This is where they create the golems to fight the destroyers. The destroyers are coming from the north. They're coming out of this like little ravine here, this fiery ravine. You can kind of see it. It's like weird this burned up area right here. They come out of this and you defend, because Radosum is south of here, right? Radosum is right through here. So just north of it is the golem site, and this is what it looks like in Guild Wars 1. You can actually find the fun house. The fun house is in the mountain right next to the golem site. You can actually find it. There's some ruins. You can talk to some people, and you can actually inquire about what the golem site was in Guild Wars 1. It's like, and then there's actually this bridge exists in Guild Wars 2. You can go across the bridge, and again, it leads you to the northern part of Metrica Province. I don't think this is referenced ever. I think this is where like there's like a lot of water now, a lot of water, probably because of Zaitan and stuff. We can probably attribute a lot of water being, you know, in the middle of the land now because of Zaitan and the tsunami that he created and stuff. But yeah, so this bridge, I'm pretty sure this bridge is in the same location in Guild Wars 2. It's kind of weird how ArenaNet, because you can actually cross this as well, but it's kind of weird how like bridges, lots of times ArenaNet has copied their locations almost exactly. Whether it's the same bridge or if it's a different looking bridge, because there's one in like, you know, if we get to it today, but there's one that I'm thinking of in like Queensdale, right? Like right when you start Queensdale and you go across that big wooden bridge, it was a completely looking bridge in Guild Wars 1. It was a giant stone bridge, huge. It was like an arching stone bridge. Now whether that was destroyed during the war in Kryta or something, you could kind of make maybe like your own headcanon that way, you know. But it's in the exact same location as that, and it's much bigger in Guild Wars 1 than it is in Guild Wars 2, so it's kind of weird. But they always take the bridges and they're always like, yep, there's a lake there and we're gonna take this bridge and it's gonna be the same. But yeah, so that's this area. I think that's pretty much it. So south of the southern Metrica province right here for you guys. Kind of seeing an overview here is Stonebridge there, the lake over here. This would be where all the like different Asuran, you know, crews are hanging out and they're like doing the little thing or whatever. Sorendra would be over here. That's the cave there. The old Golem side with the fun house inside of the mountain. And then the river is actually still, the river is exactly the same. It actually runs perfectly straight, exactly how this runs through. So that's why the bridges are in the same location. So Ice Cliff, Chasm, Eye of the North, Hall of Monuments, and the Boreal Station. So going back to Eye of the North, literally Eye of the North, because this is the Eye of the North. So this is actually the actual map Eye of the North. Looks exactly like we looked at earlier with the garden outside. You know, but this is actually with the surrounding area as well. Kind of a shame that we didn't get to see it in Guild Wars 2 because of that little statue. We're gonna look at that. It's really cool, but you actually start out over here in this cave. This is Boreal Station. Whoa. Oh yeah, this is correct. So this is Boreal Station. This is actually where you first arrive at the expansion. I remember the feeling of like, I was like, I had just bought Eye of the North, and I was like, ooh, a new area with new heroes. You know, I had just played through Nightfall, and I was getting really interested in the game and stuff, and I was just like, oh my god, this is so exciting. And I was like, you know, we're meeting like dwarves, and then there's like, you know, this is when you get introduced to all these other races, right? The Ysura, like Vec, like, what is he? You know, and then they talk about, like, I remember they showed Jorah, how she, like, is right outside, because you come through this gate, and then she's standing there and she's actually like kneeling and then she stands up and I was like, okay, because we had no point of reference in that exact moment. And Vec is like, oh, that's a Norn, we have to be careful, they're like tall and angry and brutish or whatever he says, right? And or like Ogden might say it or something. And I remember like looking, I'm like, that looks like a human. Like, because I had no point of reference, I didn't realize that they were like, you know, twice the size of humans. I was just like, that's a human, that's a female human. Like, what do you mean that's a Norn? Like, is Norn a faction? Like, is being Norn a faction? But it turns out it's a race. Because then I'm like, all of a sudden, you know, because when you leave here, right out here, you actually get introduced to Zif, as you know, that Sif, Shadowhunter, that, you know, Sifala is like her place or whatever. She's right out here, and she transforms into a bear, and you see them in their bear form, and you're just like, whoa, they definitely are not human, you know. And you go along this path here, and you kind of go north. Again, we can't explore any of this in Guild Wars 2, but it's really cool because you have this like big lake, and you come to this ridge right here, and it's really cool because you know, your party, your group members, they look at it and they're just like, whoa, what is this building? You know, they're like right on this ridge. Actually, I think exactly where I'm standing. And they're just like, whoa. And then our main character says that was no human build that, you know. And you know, again, we don't know the mystery. We don't know where the with the Eye of the North. Who built it? Was it the Astral Ward, the Wizard's Court? Like, was it them that built it? You know, was this like an ancient site that maybe Iskarin used before, you know, with the scrying pool or something? Like, maybe that's how he kind of protected the world, using the scrying pool as a tool to like oversee the world or something. But then as the organization grew, he was like, we have to be more portable. So that's when they ended up building the actual bastions in the sky that they could move around, something like that. I mean, that's a headcanon that you can come up with. But yeah, so Eye of the North with the Hall of Monuments still kind of looks exactly the same. We've already looked at it earlier, surrounding area. But then yeah, so right outside you go across this thing, right? And you go there and you have this really cool statue of this like lizard, like frozen lizard, like almost snake-like. He has a very long tail. He only has 2 limbs, mind you. He doesn't have 4 arms or legs. He only has 2 arms and hands, right? Like, that's all he has. So if he were to move around, he'd be more like a naga slash crate, kind of, in the way that he would move. He'd probably be like slithering on his tail and then using his hands to do whatever, hold a weapon or whatever, right? And do things. But yeah, so this thing was never explained. This is just this random area. There's no lore about it. It's never been explained. It's just kind of there. And there's a bunch of ice elementals around it. And that's about it. There's a bunch of ice elementals around it. And that's it. So we don't know if that's like, is it frozen in ice? Was it frozen by Jormag? Like, you could say maybe this could be another champion of Jormag, like Drakkar was. Or you could say that maybe this was some other creature that Jormag was like froze here in place to be eternally just, you know. But it's not an area that we can see because we can't actually leave the Eye of the North. Kind of a shame. But that's it. Yeah, so that's that area. All right, let's move on. Trying to get some more Abaddon's Gate. We're in the Realm of Torment, and there's Abaddon right here. Whoa. Oh, I didn't know you could actually see Nightfallen. This is the Nightfallen version of the hall, the Great Hall of the Sun Spears. I didn't know you could actually see it. Whoa, look at that. Look at that. Jesus. That's scary looking. Yeah, I don't really know. This is the heart of Torment, right? So you have this little, it's interesting because this is the outpost here. This is the mission outpost. So after you defeat Abaddon, you can go through that gate. And we have done this before, right? I did recently the tour of the Realm of Torment to kind of show you guys maybe what a demonic realm could look like, you know, Nyos, before Nyos came out and stuff. So we kind of looked at this with the like weird dragon eyes. They look like dragon eyes or whatever around, you know. Again, these are all like the teeth-like looking things that are like all around, and you can see those everywhere. You know, and you can go to the very end, and this is where we meet Raza, whatever his name is. I don't know why I can't, like, it's just the weird light thing, but he's like right there. There's some portals. There's some other portals that appear. You can't use them. But yeah, you can actually see the Nightfallen Hall through the hole here. It's kind of, it gives you like this little, like, it's almost like a window into this, like, oh, because you stand right here and you're like, oh shit, that's a Nightfallen version of that. Because there's a bunch of, in the Realm of Torment, Abaddon has created these like dark mirror images of areas of that exist in the world or whatever, you know, slowly like kind of showing that the two like he's trying to like bring Nightfall, which is kind of like combining the Realm of Torment with the real world or something, and it's kind of like realities are blending together, so you're seeing these like messed up versions of areas that you've been to. And this is actually one area. It's actually not that green. in real life, and it looks, you know, this is like a destroyed area. We're actually gonna see that at some point. We're gonna see a map, but yeah. So you come in here, and yeah, when you start the mission, you actually get teleported to where again? Oh yeah, you actually, this is not the portal you use, but this is where you go to, and then this is where you start the mission. I don't think you can actually see it because I think it's all black. Everything, you see how black this is? That's how everything looks in this mission. And you go down here, and you go across this like soul bridge, across, and this is the cute little Easter egg. You know, this is the reference of Abaddon hates dancing or whatever. You can do it in Guild Wars 2. Whenever you see a statue of Abaddon, you can dance in front of it and he'll kill you. That's a reference to this, where he actually, you know, this is Abaddon. This is his hands and face chained. But you can actually, like, right here, you can see him as you approach him, and he can dance on the bridge. And if you dance on the bridge, he actually does like the rock out thing, and then he kills you. And then you have to like redo the mission, but it's this like cool little thing. But yeah, so this is the arena. You fight Abaddon here. This is where, you know, once he gets defeated, he explodes. You know, he looks very gross. He looks very insectoid-like, giving more credence or more believability to the whole idea of his predecessor being some kind of insect god, right? So we kind of have these like weird like pincer like the mouth there. But yeah, this is Abaddon here. And then once you defeat him, you get put into this instance, kind of showing immediately there's a statue of Cormia. She has become the goddess of truth. And you see all these like floating areas, and all the people, all your friends are here. Kind of what we did yesterday with you know, the walk of fame kind of thing, you know, where we walked along outside of the Raizu Palace, and we had all our friends and factions. So this is the same thing here for Nightfall. You kind of go through here, and you have all your friends and everything up until, you know, over here, and then you kind of go and you leave it through this portal. But this is this little area, so kind of cool. Again, Realm of Torment is a really neat place. Would like to see more. Black Tide Den. Not an area we see in Guild Wars 2, so I don't think I'm going to spend too much time here. So this is the outpost. Let me figure out... Yeah, so that leads into the jungle, so this would be north. Yeah, I think it's like this. So north of here would be Istan, right? So this would be like, you know, if you take the domain of Istan, would be like north of here. If you go like straight ahead, you would get to like the area where the first city is. Okay, you know where the first city Farener, you go through it as that last instance of that release. You know, you go in there, and that's what is directly north of here. You know, you go a little, if you go along this path, you eventually come to all the other areas that would be like Champions Dawn, and like that stuff would be like out there. But that's like this is the entrance to the swampy area, as you can see. So you kind of come from like the not so super swampy area, more like cliffy areas, you know, more beachy looking areas of Istan. And then you go down into like this, and then there's like a little portal into the swamp that's south. The Black Marsh Tide or something like that is what it's called. We're probably gonna see it because these are all the Istan areas. Champions Dawn. Yeah, we'll see it. So Jokanur Diggings. So these are trying to figure out exactly. I think, is this the area that leads inward? and then this is the first. So if you go this path, and we'll see it more. Going down this path. So this is leading. I don't know what this would be, what area this would be. It's one of those on the. This would be this outpost right here. This is an outpost, okay? And this outpost would be somewhere along the eastern edge of, or I'm sorry, western edge of the domain of Istan. Pretty much before you get to the first city, okay? Because this path right here leads, the first city is like right behind these 3 pillars over there. That's where you would get to the first city, okay? But it's this little outpost right here where they were like doing diggings and stuff, and you kind of come here. I guess, I don't know where they have like this whole area over here when you don't need any of this, but yeah, it's just a small little outpost. I mean, nothing interesting. We have like this statue here, and I don't know. So that is Kodlonu Hamlet. Where are we now? Oh, this is going. Yeah. So this is going. So if you were to take, so if you look at the world map of Guild Wars, south of, and we're gonna be doing, just so you guys know, I'm gonna be doing a comparison stream, map comparison stream of Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 side by side. We're gonna be doing that soon. So if you guys are interested in seeing all of Ilona, all the different Istan and Vabi and Korna, and seeing them all side by side, tune in for that. Make sure that you watch that. But yeah, so this is the area. So this is the area that's not accessible in Guild Wars 2. This is south of the domain of Istan. You can kind of see on the world map, if you look at it in Guild Wars 2, you can see that there is the keys, right? The sandy beaches that are like south of the. This is where this leads. This is an outpost that kind of bridges the northern part here. I think. Where is the northern part? I think so. I want to say this is the northern part. And you come from there, like in here, or is it the other way around? It might be the other way around. I'm not sure. But this is kind of the bridge between the two. There's some boats out here. Oh, there's a person sitting in it. That's kind of cool. I actually have a model of a person in there. Kind of cool. Yeah, but it's just a small little outpost. You know, there's merchants here. You know, this is like a fisherman town. You know, people go fishing here and they come back and they sell their wares. You know, that's kind of probably the trade that they do here. People arrive here. This is we're gonna see. Remember Yatoro? You remember Yatoro, the pirate turned part of Zeno's squad or whatever, right? And he kind of started journeying across the Jade Sea and stuff. We're actually gonna meet him here, so he's gonna actually be here when we get to the outpost. Just remember that. We're gonna see him with some ancient ruins, and more stalls of, you know, whatever. Yeah, and not much else there. Again, not available. So, and then that leads to the Mittani keys, actually. So these are the keys. So this is on the we would be coming out this way from Hodlu Hamlet or whatever, from that side. So if we look from like this perspective, this, all of the island of Istan would be like over here, would be like north of this. This is like going along the south side, going into the into the Keys. And the Keys is one of the most beautiful areas in the game. It's really, really cool because you go out and you have these like beaches, and you have this like crystal clear water, and it just shimmers in the sunlight, and it's just like, man, you just want to like lay down on the beach and hang out. You know, you have these are the monuments to the twin what were they called? Not empresses, but they were called something, the twin queens or whatever. We actually meet their spirits. They actually help us with the spirit army during season 4, when we assault Joko in the Moon Fortress of Gandera. They're actually there. So this is a monument to both of them. There's one and there's another one. And then we have this really cool temple out here. This is like this ancient wind temple or something. that's kind of sunken into the sea now, because you know it's on, like, you know, it's on the edge of the Keys or whatever. And I don't know if they ever really talk about the purpose. I love the little island out here. That's cute. Little, like, little island. I mean, just a rock actually, but yeah. So, and you have these like little again, farming, little not farming, but fishing outpost here. You know, it's not an outpost, but there are people here that will trade with you, that will hang out with you. There's a statue of Balthazar, Resurrection Shrine. But imagine living here. Like, it's kind of, you know, imagine living here without all the monsters, right? I'm just saying, like, imagine living here, like, in this, like, cool little hut on this, like, in these Keys, in these, like, beautiful, like, resort light looking. What is all this? But yeah, so you have the little outposts again. Yeah, you have the shipwreck here. This is actually there's actually some jade, so this is actually a ship from Cantha that is shipwrecked here, because you can actually find some jade here. So Isnor Isle, Becknor Harbor, Isnor Isle. Oh, so this is that really what this looks like? I've never noticed that this is like a circular area. So this combines, so this is the pathway from, this is, as you guys can see, is a huge area. Look, it's big. So this is coming from, you might remember this structure right here. So this is the Hadlu Hamlet, as you guys can tell, right? With the boat out here, with the little thing there. This is the big tent where all the fishers hang out with the thing, and then we would go further this way to go to the Keys where we just came from, right? But if we go back this way, we would be journeying across. This is all their farmland. This is where they farm. They have all these huts out here. It's really, really cool. There's like a bunch of like people just hanging out and stuff. These like huge ships. I really love those. Is there a person in this? No, there's just a person in the one boat. That's kind of creepy. To really think about that. These ancient ruins out here. Again, not accessible in Guild Wars 1. Statue of the Sun Spears. We journey further, and this would be another outpost right here. This outpost is called Becknor Harbor, is what this outpost is called. And this would directly then connect to the northern half, to the part of the Domain of Istan that is available to us in Guild Wars 2. Okay. Yeah, and it's just like another farming slash fishing, you know, part of the town. I really love how they like have this civilization that's going on everywhere. You know, it's like even in the areas that is not considered an outpost, you still have the like little huts and people still doing their like everyday lives, even with the monsters. You know, it's very realistic because that's how it would be. Arbor Bay and Phlox Falls. So this is really cool that we're reset your brains. We're going back to Eye of the North. We're actually going to where the pale tree is. I'm trying to get to Phlox's Falls. There we go. There they are. Hello. So north of the pale tree, right, we have the Caledon Forks, right? But and I'm trying to remember, because that's over there. But we're not going. So this is more. This would be more. This area doesn't really exist in Guild Wars 2, I don't think. This is like an Asuran outpost. I don't think this exists in Guild Wars 2. Again, we kind of get the Asuran structures here and stuff like that. Yeah, you can hang out. I don't think this is like, I don't know if there's an outpost that's kind of like that. We get the cool little cave here. With these like, with this little area, you come down. The most interesting part we're gonna get to, you come down here, and you actually go into this. This is a dungeon entrance. This is actually where, I forgot her name. What was her name? The one pirate lady that was protecting Or. because this is actually called Shards of Ore. Because remember, we're like on the coast, very close by to where ore is. But in this timeline, ore is still sunk, right? The ore is still on the ocean floor. But this is called Shards of Ore. This is like this this crew of corsairs had lost a war in Istan to the south, and they journeyed north into Ore, and they asked for like refuge, for like asylum, right? And the Orients were like, sure, we will let you stay in this area. So they actually were brought on, like they actually went over here. You know, if you go across the ocean, Ore would be like right over there, you know, it's really close by. And they were like, yeah, you can hang out here. And they end up like dying because of like, there's something that goes on with the first mate or something. I'm trying to remember what it was. We're gonna do the quest, we're gonna do all that. But they ended up like infighting or something, and they all died, and their spirits are kind of bound to these caves that you can go into. And that's one of the dungeons there. That's the cave we were in earlier, or no, this is a different cave. So I guess there's another cave up here. Now when you journey through here, you actually get to like the coolest area of the game, and this is actually the Pale Tree, guys. Right here, this weird amalgamation of whatever shapes. This is the pale tree. This is the budding pale tree. This is where Ventari would be standing. Ronan stands here. You know, they kind of have made this. You know, they fled from the war in Kryta. That's what happened, right? Like Ventari had tried to make peace, but then the war between the Shining Blade and the White Mantle and pretty much the people of Kryta have caused a lot of pain and a lot of like there's no peace to be found. So he journeys all the way out here, and he joins with Ronan, who his family was killed by, I think White Mantle actually killed his family. So he actually he buries them right there, and he that's when he finds we talked about the seed, right, earlier, that I talked about the seed that he found in the cave with the weird elementals around. He actually plants that seed right on top of their graves of his daughter and his wife, and the pale tree grows out of it. And he doesn't, you know, he never gets to actually see Sylvari because it takes like, you know, 200 and something years for them to actually like, you know, blossom, like for the tree to grow high enough to actually, you know, blossom and bear fruit, which are the firstborn, you know. So it, but this is a pale tree, so this is where it is. There's a little outpost. You'll see other people that are hanging out here, other humans. I don't think there's any other centaurs or anything like that. There's a bunch of enemies that circle the hamlet, kind of, you know. It's very like kind of like, ooh, okay, you know, it's pretty dangerous. And then you can go up this, and it leads to like another area up there. But yeah, so this is pretty much around the area of the pale tree. And then yeah, so we have this is the other part that I kind of almost glossed over. So when you leave Floxus Falls, you can actually go to the right, and there's a cave, and you go inside this cave, and you go down, and you see this like huge. Can you actually go down? I thought you could only go up here. I don't remember, but you see this huge structure. I don't think you can go on it. Can you go on it? Yeah, I think you can. You actually can. Yeah. There's like little. See, there's like a shrine here, a little resurrection shrine. You can actually go across the structure, and it's like underground. It's like buried. This ancient like pyramid. Again, probably left over from the Utopia expansion. You know, but was this built by Asuran Care, by the Asura, or was this built by someone else? Like, you know what's going on with that? Would be kind of cool to maybe get some info on that. I don't think we can actually see. Is there a cave around in this area? I'm trying to remember. I mean, this is right outside. It's very close by, because this cave is like right outside of where the pale tree. I mean, the pale tree like covers this whole area. By the end, this whole area is the grove, guys. By the end, 90% of this entire area is the grove. Like, it goes as far as to like, this is where the little The shards of ore, the little dungeon I talked about, is Floxus Falls is over there. You know, the pale tree is right in the middle of all of this. But it grows to be massive, right? And this all becomes kind of completely different looking, you know. Latenda Bog. We're going back to that's the area. This is the swampy area that I talked about, south, very south of the first city of Farinur. Very south of it is the swamp. It's this massive swamp area. It's kind of cool because there's these ancient spirits and of the sun spears, and there's an ancient crypt of the sun spears. But it's like hidden away in the swamp. You can see, like, you go through and it's all very dense. Like, you go through all of this and it's just like this weird swampy area. You know, and you can actually, like, you have this area of like dead trees out here. And you can go there, see there's like swamp water everywhere. There are people that live out here, which is very surprising. But there are people that live out here. They kind of walk around. They live in the swamp. You know, I mean, some, you know, to each their own or whatever. Yeah, these are the crypts, the ancient crypts of the sun spear right here. You can go all the way to the end of it. Right? Oh, like right here is like a little pier at the end, or not a pier, but a little you know, like a hidden entrance kind of to where, you know, to the bog. And you can go through there, and there's a bunch of harpies out here as well that want to kill you. There is, if you follow this area, is it here? Trying to find, oh, right here. So there's a Corsair outpost, not outpost, but like, you know, little area that they live in. They have like this is supposed to be like a beacon, I think. I don't know if it's lit or anything, but they you know, they have a big ship here. There's a Corsair ship here, and they've kind of made camp here, with these tents and stuff around, and you actually can fight them. There's like not necessarily a cave, but there's like these ancient ruins that people have died in, I think. I want to say that's what happened. Yeah, so again, not an area that's accessible to us in Guild Wars 2. It's just kind of cool. This is an ancient monument. This is where you can summon the ancient spear marshals of the oh my god, of the sun spears. Jesus. I didn't realize my trash. I just emptied my trash, and I'm like, it like dropped and it was so loud. Okay, next map. Zealand Reach. So this is an area that is available to us in Guild Wars 2, but it looks, as far as I remember, it looks very different. So I don't know if any of these structures actually line up. So this would be, as you guys can see, this is this might be familiar to you. This is the exit. We talked about that. These are the tombs and crypts right outside the Astrolarium. So this is the outside of the Astrolarium. Oh no, this is, you know, this part is blocked off. This part of the, because the right behind the Astrolarium is that bone wall that you can see, and you can't actually go further west across. So this is actually this actually ends right here. So this is all like areas we haven't seen in Guild Wars 2, because we actually have like a river. This is like a river delta. Look, and there's actually the really cool part. So if you go to the most northern part of it, you have this like town here, very like slummy looking town. Right, again, it looks like it's a fisherman, but this looks like little slums. Like they live in like these destroyed little like almost underwater houses. They do have like one nice building in the middle and a mill here, and some decent houses, I guess. But it's very, it looks like this is probably like more of like I don't know, where the poor people live, I guess. I don't know. You have some of the bigger ships here, though. This is part of the, like, with the lighthouse. You can't actually go to the lighthouse. You can just see it from the distance. A fish. It's a fish block. Do you see it? Yeah, so there's the lighthouse out here. Part of the Istan Armada, a fleet of ships. Another fish block. But yeah, this area is actually interesting because there's a character that I've talked about, again, pre-Secrets of the Obscure. I talked about characters that could be in the Astral Ward or part of the Wizard's Court. And I forgot his name, but he's the guy that he looks to be traveling around not just different dimensions, but also different time area, like different areas in time. And you meet him all throughout Elona. And I talked about how I forgot his name, and you can go watch that video. But I talked about how I kind of thought that maybe he was like, you know, because the Astral Ward was kind of protecting the whole world from, you know, threats in the mists, right? And I thought maybe he was stationed in Elona, and that's why we meet him in Elona, because we see him in random places, and he has very confusing dialogue where he uses terminology that would never really be used, kind of indicating that he comes from a different time or a different dimension or a different world or whatever, right? But he actually appears here, right over here. I think he's like, where is he? Is he like right over here or something? He's somewhere right on the most northern edge, because this would be like looking north. This would be looking north of Istan, right? Across the like sea north of Istan, right? And he actually like is out here and he looks across the sea and he says, "Oh, there's supposed to be a ghost ship in the area." And he kind of references this ghost ship, and we're just like, "Ghost ship? Like, what are you talking about?" And he's like, "Yeah, a real life ghost ship is said to be like roaming these waters, or there was like reports of a ghost ship or something." He's very cryptic, very vague in the things that he says. So it's kind of weird because it's like, I remember the first time that I came across him, I was like, "Oh man, is there like a side quest, like a quest that I could do where I can go around, maybe finding this alleged ghost ship, or maybe there's like another reference that's being made to it, or you know, maybe the original vessel that was that ship is somewhere like stranded somewhere, like, you know, destroyed, like shipwrecked somewhere, and we can find it or something." But there's no reference to that ever. That character has a lot of dialogue that's that doesn't get referenced like at all, that never gets any deeper meaning, any deeper anything. And it's very just like, okay, weird, whatever, you know. So but yeah, so that's that kind of that area. We see a couple of structures around here. We got these huge plants. I really like that. It's kind of cool. It's very like fantasy-ish, like those big leaves and stuff coming out. And then we would be moving into the diggings to Jokanur diggings or whatever they're called. Jokanur, yeah. That would be like over here. And the first city is further beyond, you know. So, but not much else to say really about this area. You know, we got some structures here, ancient structures or whatever, but yeah, so that's pretty much it. Yeah, okay, moving on. Muir Marches! Woo! Alright, we're going back to Eye of the North. I don't know why we're swapping back and forth. Very, very strange. But this is the Muir Marches, guys. So, right here, this is what I was talking about. So this is actually, I think this is Jorah's old homestead, I think, right? I think this is where she lived. That's how the story goes. We have to go here. We have to, the Char have taken over this area, and we have to kill the Char and free her. Sorry, guys. What's going on right now? I'm trying to do something on my phone. That's weird. I don't know why it's not working. Look at this. I'm still live, right? Yeah. I don't know why it's not. I'm trying to. Okay, there we go. Got it. Okay, so yeah, so this is actually where the fort, the outpost in BR Marches, it's called something Joris Fort or something like that. This is would be the location of that, right? This is where we land, and then we like journey into BR Marches going that way, you know? Looks very, very different if you actually see it in game. Then you have, so you know, you leave the fort, the fort, right, and you can go north, and you go to where the like ancient temple and stuff like that are. But there is actually like a cave, or you know how like you can like you leave the fort and you turn left and you can go into that cave system. There is a cave system here as well. I don't know, again, it doesn't, Icewood Saga doesn't align perfectly, but I would like to imagine that this is this cave. That's all it is. It's just like this little cave. You know, it's probably what it is. Has a couple of different entrances and stuff that you can go into. Some scaffolding in here. Yeah, and then you can go north. Then there is the bear shrine. There's a bear shrine here. It looks very different. I don't know if this again, I don't know if this aligns perfectly. But you know, there's the statue of bear. Isn't it a statue of bear in the like little ruins? Once you go to like east of BR Marches. I think this would be right around this area. There's nothing else that I would consider that being the same thing. So that could be something that they maybe develop further and build like a statue of. It could also be this little area. This does lead into a dungeon. This is these are different huts. These look more like priory huts, but the priory didn't exist back then. So it's kind of, you know, I mean, this is like, I'm like, you know, I don't really remember even if there's any important NPCs here or not. I don't know. What else do we have? I'm looking around here. Anything noteworthy? Again, Icewood Saga was very when it came to making sure to get this cave in here. I don't even know. That's pretty much it. You get a little outpost here. Are there ruins right around that? I mean, I would say that right around this area. So you have this little camp and then this little home there. This would be probably around the area of, because that's the shrine. So you leave. That would be like, this would be where the camps are. Like, I think this is the area of the camps, and there is like a little right along the like area that's like the Asgir's Legacy or whatever it's called. There's the little walled in area. That might be this little outpost here. The same one right there. I'm not sure. And then this is this would be Darkrime. I think this might be Darkrime Delves, which is a dungeon in Guild Wars 1. And we have that little cave, right? And that's right there. So this camp would be right outside of it. So I think that's how that lines up. If we were to like kind of look at the two different things, right? Because once you exit that cave, you have that camp right outside, and you have all the like the open field with all the camps all around it. And I think that's this area. I think that's it. BR Marches is a very boring area. There's not really like standout things that happen that you see here, so pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Fairner, the first city, guys. All right, we're going back to Elona. They did a really good job here with combining the two things. So if we were to go down this way, this would lead us to that swamp, that the Latenda Bog, and the little outpost that is right before it. That would be this area right there, right? So this would be like, you know, as you look like this, this is this is how you would look at it. This is north, east, south, and west, right? So this is the Farinor, and then you go down here, and then down there is the swamp, and you go along here. This is where the Jokanor diggings would be, and then if you cross across the like the area we just looked at with all the like the fishing village and the Istani fleet of ships and stuff, you would get to like the Astrolarium on the far side here. But we have this area in Guild. So it's interesting because in Guild Wars 2 we actually go down where the water is, right? We actually, there's like a secret passage, and we actually take this journey down here, and we go. This is actually how you journey in Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 1 you can't go down here. You can't go down into the water, but you actually like journey through here. I don't know how far exactly you go, but you journey through here, and you come down to this lake, and you can look up at these statues and stuff. And there's like a little path that leads up, and then there's a gate that leads into it. But it's I think it's might be the exact same gate that this is or something, or I don't know if it's this gate that you move into, because it's actually, they do a pretty good job of making it look pretty good. So pretty identical, I think. Oh man, I want some marshmallows right now. Jesus. I get random cravings. I'm like a pregnant woman all the time. I get like random cravings. I'm like, who craves marshmallows at 12:40 at night? But yeah, so we actually have a statue of Abaddon here. This is how this statue, I think, is how Abaddon actually like awakens, because Cormia is the one that kind of fidgets with it, and she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna wave my hand in front of it," and she awakens the evil that is within, that's kind of locked within the first city, which is the first part of like the forces of Abaddon kind of taking over, and she's kind of responsible for it. It's only something that you find out later. She doesn't really like indulge that, but later on she tells us about it. So yeah, so we go in. These are the big bells that kind of come down, crashing down. I don't know exactly how the mission is. I would have to like, again, we're gonna do a comparison stream. I'll run through the mission with the character, and we'll kind of look side by side how, because I'll do the instance in Guild Wars 2, and we'll do it in Guild Wars 1, and we'll kind of go through and we'll do it side by side. But yeah, so these are like the different halls of the, you know, these are the ancient halls of the first city. You know, Sunspear statues everywhere, overseeing, you know, it's like these really cool, this really cool area with these cool heads that are there. And you go further through. We will look at, we'll take a more closer look at how exactly, if they align in the way that the layout is, once I do the comparison stream. So don't worry about it now. We have a ship out here. I went the wrong way, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to go down here. And this is the final chamber, and this is where you can see Torment kind of come out. This is where the first tendrils are coming, the first appearance of Abaddon in this world, in the first city. So that's where you defeat the boss, the Apocrypha. I think it's called the Apocrypha of Torment or something, or maybe it's just the Apocrypha. I think it's just called the Apocrypha, which is this like weird stone creature. But yeah, so I will take a closer look at this in the comparison stream if you guys are interested in seeing that. This is like kind of the back door to the first city, because there's two entrances pretty much, because you can't enter from the cliffs. You can't walk around right here. There's gates. It kind of leads, this hallway leads into that hallway, right? But we have the entrance over there. That's where we just went in with the weird golden, like, whatever those are. But yeah, we entered in there, and we kind of went around, and then we went to the final chamber, like somewhere down here or whatever. But you can actually enter through here as well if you go through the explorable area, and you can actually enter through here as well and kind of go the other way, and then yeah, you can explore it that way. But that's the first city of Farinor in Guild Wars 1, guys. It's an explorable area. You can kind of hang out here. This is again where the weird mysterious man appears, and he has like a cryptic message for us. He appears right there again, among the ruins, or up here. I think he's up here, or something. I don't know. He's somewhere on these hills somewhere. He appears and he gives us another cryptic message. I forgot what he talks about. It's like some kind of, he's looking for some kind of scroll or something within the first city or something, I think, or he found a scroll or something. Now he's Champion's Dawn. Now Champion's Dawn, remember, is the area where that's been completely taken over by the forces of Joko. And I want to say, so there's a quarry here in Guild Wars 1. Champion's Dawn. I'm trying to remember exactly how this aligns, because Champion's Dawn in Guild Wars 2 is where that big structure in the middle is, and they have all the cages where, you know, where they keep their prisoners and stuff, like hanging off of it. And it's pretty much a camp for the Awakened, like all around there or whatever. Again, but I don't think the geography, the topography specifically, like matches. Like I think the valleys and the little hills and stuff are different. But I could totally see them building that right in the middle here and having that as the camp or whatever. That might be that, I'm not sure. If we wanted to go down to the keys, we would be going that way. And if we wanted to go down to the swamp, we would be going that way. So Champion's Dawn is the connector between those two areas, because we have the swamp way down there with the first city this way. Again, this is the other entrance to the Jokonor diggings, which are right over here, leading to the first city that we were just at. But then south of that, over there, we have the Latenda Bog, right? And that actually leads, that gate right there leads to that. But then we also have the keys that are down way further out that way. And that is this gate, and that's, neither of those areas are available to us in Guild Wars 2. We do have, like, you know, in Guild Wars 2, I want to say this is the area where that was weird, where right down here would be the cliff that you go along, and then Kos is in like a cave down here somewhere. It doesn't exist in Guild Wars 1, nothing close to that even. There's no cave or anything like that. No path along the water or anything like that. But I would say that this is probably close to that area here. That would be considered that. There's a little outpost here as well. Domain of Pain. We're going into Realm of Torment. Not going to spend too much time in here. Ew, gross. This was one of the maps that I was looking at. What is this? Why does this exist? Oh, this is part of the this is part of what we were just looking at. This is the little, this is part of the first city. Why this is here, I'm not sure. Maybe this is part of the cinematic. Oh yeah, this is, because in this mission, I'm pretty sure this is the mission where Cormia reveals that she actually was the one that awakened Abaddon by fidgeting with the statue. And that's why they have that here, because they actually have this, like, the out, like, obviously you can't go into that area, but this is why they have that here, because they actually show her fidgeting with the statue. I want to say it's something like that. But yeah, so we did this mission, we came through here. It's all this flesh-like looking stuff, right? Remember how this all looks like intestines and stuff, and teeth, and we're in here, and it's all just like really gross and pulsating and nasty looking, and it's like, oh god, what is all this, you know? It's like, this just disgusting, right? Looking from that on the outside, you can see it still has a very insectoid looking insectoid type of you know, vibe to it. This looks like an insectoid body, right? We've looked at a lot of the insect bodies of the Realm of Torment and stuff, and this definitely is also another one of those bodies. It looks like a very long, very long, like centipede or something, that kind of just like huge, this massive centipede that just kind of died here, and those are the intestines you kind of move through. Really disgusting. Okay, really gross. Not cool at all. So You can see all the grossness. And then we have the little structure in the middle here. This is where the river of souls. Remember that? The little souls that we have here. Ooh, they're going along, and it's about what's his face's son. I forgot his name, but Dunkoro's son is here. And he's like, oh, why are you here? I was like, oh, because, you know, yeah, I was pulled into the realm of torment and da 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 da. So that's this mission here. Leads into another area. I don't, this is like, I think this is this the same area? It might be the same area, only accessible in the explorable version. I want to say, maybe, I'm not sure. But yeah, so it's just as gross, just as Domain of Fear, another one of the domains. So this is actually really cool. I did look at this as well. I talked about the spider bodies and the centipede bodies and stuff when we did the Realm of Torment tour. You can see there's like an actual like spider in the skybox, and like scorpions, like giant spiders and scorpions, and whatever that is, it's just really cool. I really love this stuff, right? We looked at that when I did the Realm of Torment tour. Like these, look at these wings. Some kind of like weird, huge insectoid wings. It's really cool. But we can actually look at this so much better now with this tool. Look at this. You can actually see the spider body. Do you see how it like actually looks like a spider? We were walking on here. This is the portal that we went into. You know, but it's like a spider body. So it has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 legs. With a giant body, mouth right there. It's laying on its back. The claws, the feet kind of moved in or whatever. You know, this could be this could be a champion of that spider god, or one of the iterations or one of the creatures that the spider god has spawned. It could be, because there's also an even bigger spider. Can you believe it or not? In this map, in the same map, there's an even bigger spider. Okay, so this is already massive, right? Because we're down here, we're walking through. This is a resurrection portal, right? We like imagine facing a spider of this size as an enemy. Okay, like turned around with like all these eyes in the front, like really gross, like whatever, you know, wanting to eat you or whatever. But then we look over here, and this is even bigger. Look at this. So we zoom out even further. Another spider body. Okay, so we have another mouth right here, like mouth-like. This is again another portal, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with like whatever over here. Tentacles. 1, 2, 6, 7. 7. You could say this is probably maybe the 8th one up here. Cool. Or something. I don't know. But yeah, so this is like even larger. This is even bigger. I have to zoom out even, like over here is the first spider we looked at. This is even larger. I have to zoom out even further. It doesn't quite align. This looks like maybe this was more ancient and has kind of now over the many millennia has just deformed into, just really transformed into the landscape. Where maybe this one was the most recent iteration of that spider god or something, and this was what Abaddon just killed in order to take over. But that's not the only disgusting creature that's around here, because you can see there's like these weird centipede things, right? We talked about this. You can actually, because you come from here, right, and you go along here, and you go along here, and we talked about, ooh, this is like another centipede thing, and that's its face. So we can actually zoom out and see it. Okay, this huge, like that's its head, and that's its body, and then that's its tail right there. So there's like another huge, gross centipede looking thing. Very disgusting, but it's like, oh man, so intriguing, right? So intriguing, and like it really, it deals with like this primal, you know, we talk about like arachnophobia and stuff like that. Like it really, like this touches on those primal fears. Imagine seeing a map like this in Guild Wars 2. Right? Oh god, it was just like, ooh, makes me like, like goosebumps. To like see these like giant insectoid creatures and stuff. We also have, yeah, so we have a little, it looks like a layer of worms or something. This like weird, planty area, swampy area. There's like usually water down here. You'd walk through the swampy, nasty water of the Realm of Torment. You have these eyeballs and they're kind of creepy, but it looks like maybe this is where the worms maybe lived or something. I don't know. You have this weird tentacle maze. You have this like Sarlacc pit from Star Wars here with all the like teeth and stuff. Whatever. Like, is that an even bigger mouth? Is that like incorporating an even larger creature that's underneath or something? Who freaking knows? And then there's one last thing that I want to show you guys in this. Where is it? Is it right here? Oh, right here. Yeah, so you have these weird stone faces. They're kind of hard to see. You can see there's like eye here, nose, and then a mouth, right? And then like and there's like multiple of these. You know, oh, you can definitely see it here. Definitely see it there with the shadow a little bit better. But yeah, so this actually looks like it has like horns on it, but tentacles coming out of it. But yeah, so this is like probably, to me, the most intriguing part of the realm of Torment. So very, very cool. Chirhir Hills, Chabek Village. So this is leading into going to, so this is Palawadan, Kamadan, right? So if we looked at it this way, this would be the way that you would look at it. So up here, right here would be the gate that you enter for the meta event. Remember, in Guild Wars 2 meta event, you come in and you go around and you kill enemies and stuff. You go into the hall to the side. This is the hall on this side. It's much smaller in Guild Wars 2 or in Guild Wars 1. In Guild Wars 2, it's huge. It's massive. But yeah, so this is pretty much, I think that's it, right? And then you go across here. This obviously looks very different because there's like a lot more going on at the like harbor part of it or whatever. But this is and again, it's not fully rendered. It's missing some structures and buildings because this is actually the outlying areas that we're going to. But yeah, so you kind of have Palawadan here with this is what it looks like. This is where the statue is that you have to don't you have to destroy like a statue or something on this side of the, it's been a long time since I've done the Palawadan thing, the meta or whatever. But yeah, so you actually in Guild Wars 1 you actually come from these hills. They're called, or the Chorhir Fields. This is a course they're attacking. You have to protect this village. This village extending to right here. This is a little outpost before you go into. We're going to be doing that shortly. I'm very excited to do Nightfall. Like I said, I've really grown. I've really grown to loving the what's this? Why is this doing this? Oh, I have no signal in my house. I don't. It's probably my phone. That's what's it. But I've grown so much to love Nightfall. Nightfall was probably my least favorite out of all the games when I first started playing Guild Wars 2. But slowly over the years, I've really grown to like enjoy Nightfall just because of the demon themes, and I never was a fan of the Realm of Torment when I first started playing this, and I didn't like the African influence of Nightfall. You know, I never really liked that. But now that I'm older, I appreciate it so much more. And I'm just like, yeah, this is cool stuff. Like, this is interesting to me, and it's really become rather one of my favorite like campaigns to play. So I'm very, very excited to see it. So this is the little town that we fire these catapults, very World vs. World against ships. How would you guys feel having actual like siege ships in World vs. World? Not that there is a lot of water. There's actually no water anymore, really. But maybe having a map that has maybe a lot more water, where you can use, you know, skiffs or something. I don't know. And actually having siege with the skiffs. They give us this really cool. So this is where you start the game. Right here is where you start the game. And then you have the choice of you start it right here, and you have the choice of going down into the water, like down here into the water. Okay, isn't that it? No, wait, isn't that what that is? Oh yeah, that is it. Yeah. So that's correct. So you can either go down into the water if you want to skip the tutorial and then go right around here, like your passage is blocked off and the ship doesn't actually exist inside. It's just part of the asset here. But yeah, so you go down and then that's the little outpost where you go into the fields to protect them from the Corsairs. But you can actually go further across here and you can actually do a little tutorial area, and I think I'm gonna do that this time around. I haven't done it in a long time, but you actually go way down here and then this is how you enter the village from the other side. You actually go down and you do the tutorial, but they have this whole area on the side over here that you never get to go to. Again, you have like these monuments here with this ancient structure, and it's just like really cool, and you kind of get to see it. You know, so very cool. And you're like right outside of Kamadan, Palawadan, whatever, right? All right. Gate of Torment, Gate of Fear, Gate of Secrets, Gate of Anguish, Gate of Pain, Gate of Madness, Gate of the Night Fallen Lands. So this is pretty much the hub of the Realm of Torment. We've looked at this many a times. We can see it more now. The bony, fleshy nature of that skybox. Tentacles, fins over here, more bones, right? And this is the hub of the Realm of Torment. You come down from this ray of light. This is where you arrive from the regular world, and you are pretty much in this area that you can you start in the middle area in this part, and then as you explore the Realm of Torment, you come to these outlying outposts that all lead to different, you know, it's Gate of Torment, Gate of Fear, Gate of Secrets. It leads to the Domain of Fear, Domain of Torment, Domain of Secrets, Domain of whatever, right? It's these gateways to these different domains and the different missions that you can do there. But they all have like differently themed almost. They look like this is like a worm-like like thing, and then you have this like weird lava-looking red thing here, and then you have the fleshy outpost, the grossness that is the like whatever, you know, whatever gross stuff we were looking at here. You have the tendril outpost here. This is the true worm one. Disgusting. And then you have the like monument, the weird monuments that hold the secrets, you know. So we're in the realm of secrets. Yeah. So this is the little outpost. We can kind of see that. Yeah, and again we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We only have 7 legs. Maybe that's this 8th leg. Again, reference to spiders and you know, arachnids, insects, that sort of stuff. So, all right. The Alkali Pan, the Ruins of Mora. So this is part of the Desolation. Ruins of Mora isn't the Ruins of Mora huge, fucking massive? Holy crap! So this is part of the Desolation. We can see parts of this, I want to say. Again, I think this is more of the southern side of the Desolation. Ruins of Mora being... these are the Ruins of Mora. These are right outside of... The Ruins of Mora were built, and this is this outpost right here. These were built right beside the Mouth of Torment, and we can't actually see the Mouth of Torment, I guess not, but this was the city that was built right outside of it in order to kind of guard the Maw of Torment, right? The Maw of Torment, the being the epicenter of where the other gods struck down Abaddon, you know, and the giant explosion, magical explosion turned everything into the Desolation, you know, nearby. Everything just became sulfurous and like dangerous or whatever. You know, this was all a sea once, but turning it into this desolation, the part of the crystal desert, and or desert, creating the whole desert, whatever. But this was the epicenter, and the city was built right above above that area, to shield that. And after many years, many hundreds of, probably thousands of years, I'm not sure exactly on the timeline now, but after thousands of years, it's fallen into ruins, and the people have died off, and you can only find their spirits now, in this area, because it's very unlivable here. It's like you can't farm, you can't really do anything. You have to like live off of whatever you're given. Nothing will grow here. It's all desolate and destroyed. So we have the Ruptured Heart and the Mouth of Torment. So this is actually the area that would be going to. So this is the epicenter. The ruins of Mora, I think, are either north or south. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure where they are. But this is the epicenter. This is the Mouth of Torment. This is where we fight Varish Asa. We defeat her in her weird, like, priests, like, she became like the priest of Abaddon or something. This avatar of Abaddon. We defeat her right here, and that is the epicenter, right? It looks very different to Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 2, these structures go way further up, and the tentacles like reach out and stuff. It looks really cool in Guild Wars 2, even though it's kind of underutilized, and the meta event kind of sucks because I don't like it. But it looks more impressive. These are the ruins of Mora. So this would be north. Yeah, so north of the ruins of Mora. I was gonna say, like, are they not on here? They are. So so the ruins of Mora right here, right next to. They don't exist, the ruins of Mora, because if you go south of the Mouth of Torment or whatever, you don't really see like a town out there. I mean, the Jinn, the Jinn have their little like floaty. Where they train the jackals and stuff, so that might be part of the ruins of Mora that they've like integrated into that, but I don't think that they explicitly say that. The Ruptured Heart is on the northern side of the Maw of Torment, so this is this area, the outlying area to the north, around here. These little things, just so you guys know, these are where the Jinundu worms. You actually ride Jinundu worms. This is where they kind of congregate around those light pillars. So that's more of like a game mechanic rather than something lore related. Sunspear Great Hall. So we're going back to the Astrolarium. So we're looking at the Astrolarium here. And when you leave the Astrolarium in Guild Wars, so this is actually the plains outside. This would be when you leave the Astrolarium, right? There's the big ship, the big Corsair, like. There's the airship and Sly's ship that she has, right? They're all out here in the cove, in the little alcove of the water. They all stand right here, and you have a bridge that actually leads over. So this actually, this instead of like becoming smaller, because a lot of stuff, like I said, in Guild Wars 2, they didn't want to have like these giant chasms. It actually becomes a giant chasm because at this point we have mounts. So it becomes this giant chasm, and you have a bridge because this is where the Astrolarium is, and there's bridges, right? There's bridges that connect. This is the tar fields out here. Like right out here you have the tar fields. And then this is the Great Hall. You go up here for the mirror. There's one of the chests up here, and then there's a mirror up here. And then you go in, the meta event takes place right inside. This is the gate. You break down the gate and you go in, and then you're in the you have to like defeat, like there's like chests in this tents over here, and then chests in tents over here, and then you go up there and you fight, and you actually go inside the hall. You do not ever go in the hall in Guild Wars 1, so seeing the inside of the hall in Guild Wars 2 was really, really cool. I really like that. But yeah, the courtyard is a little bit different because the actual outside walls actually wrap around. And you actually can walk around the main building that is the hall. So it's a little change there. And then when you go further south, this is where all the the rocky like areas are, where like a lot of tar, and there's like a town at the very end that was like destroyed by it or whatever. But we have just like these huge plains here. This would be, you know, you would go this way, and then you go to right here is the hill where everyone kind of waits for the meta to start to go into Palawadan, right? So Palawadan being right here, you actually see the portals of torment right there. But yeah, so this is where you go into Palawadan, and then up here would be like right here would be where the cave is, that you have right in the beginning to the right. Like when you get to Istan, you know, you're on the little boat, and you can go to the left to go to the Palawadan, or you can go to the right, and move to the Great Hall, and then further to the Astrolarium. But there's the giant cave. The cave system does not exist in Guild Wars 1. But then this would be the little pier, would be right here, the little where you find the bounty board and like stuff like that, you know, the merchants and stuff. So that would, and yeah, and then that's kind of that whole area. Love it. Plains of Jaren, this is exactly the same area we're already in. I guess some of the assets kind of switched around, more details or something. I'm not sure, because this area is called the Plains of Jaren, but I guess for the Sunspear Great Hall, they have rendered the entire area around it. So once you move between the portals, you pretty much load the exact same thing, and I think that's what happened there. Consulate, Kamadan, Jewel of Istan, Consulate Docks, Sun Docks. So this is Palawadan with more detail, with all the houses present, that type of stuff. This would be more detailed, right? We don't just have like these giant cliffs going around there, but yeah. So this is actually Kamadan, with the Consulate Docks being right here, Consulate Chambers being right here. What else did they say was in there? Sun Docks. The Sun Docks are on the side over here. So you have two different types of docks. So actually you have three different types of docks. So you have the regular docks here for regular people, okay? So that's where the regular people come and go from. Then you have the Sunspear docks, the Sun Docks. This is for specifically the Sunspears and their ships. They come and go. And then you have the Council docks, which is for the counselors, and they have their own private dock over here. Very very interesting to kind of to see it like that. So. All right, the Pogan Passage. So we're going all the way to Vabi, guys. We're going north to Vabi, all the way to Vabi. I think, right? No, am I crazy? Oh, I'm crazy. Never mind. We're not going to Vabi. We're going to Korna, guys. So we're in Korna here. What time is it? Oh my gosh, 1:11. All right, I'm gonna do a couple more. I'm probably gonna go another like 20 minutes or so. I'm gonna do a couple more maps, and I'm gonna continue. Do you guys want this? Like, are you guys interested in seeing more? I mean, I barely stretched, like barely touched the surface. And we still have how many more maps to go through? Look at all these maps. If they have a map ID, they're a map. God, there's so Gladiators Arena. We're not gonna do these. Harvest Temple is the very last one. So I'm not doing the Gladiators Arena because that's the different arenas. Test map. There's a test map. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna do. Is that enough for another stream? I think that's enough for another stream, right? We're gonna do another few. Like I said, I'm gonna go another 20 minutes or so, and I think I'm gonna do another stream, showing you guys more of this. So, I guess this is part 1, guys. I thought I'm like, I'm gonna go live at like 9 o'clock, and I'll go until like 1, 2 in the morning, and we'll go through all the maps. But I don't know how to shut my mouth, so. There you go. My voice is kind of leaving me as well. I'm like, I need something to drink. I don't have any water. But we're gonna do another 20 minutes, so I'm okay. We can do this. I'm trying to figure out exactly where we are in relation to anything, because the Pogan Passage is in Korna, and it's like on the it's if you were to, it's not. I don't think that's accessible to us because it's in the most southeastern edge of Korna, And I don't think that that's like something that's available to us. I don't think that that's an area that's available to us. Even if it was, I don't think we will recognize it. I'm not 100% certain on this. I'm trying to remember where this map goes or leads or whatever. Because I think I'm thinking of it. I'm thinking of a different outpost right now. I think this is outside of the Moon Fortress of Gandera, like kind of close by to that area or whatever. Isn't that trying to? That looks like. What is this? Why is there a portal right there? Can you actually look through it? Yeah, I want to say like going to Moon Fortress is like going that way or something. The Moon Fortress, one of these. Not this way. I think this is coming from the rest of Korna. I could be wrong. So this looks like that's where we would be going. Cottonwood Crossroads. So hey, Greedless, you're getting here pretty late. But we're looking at Guild Wars 1 maps. I found a program online. If you want to find it, if you want to do this yourself, no worries, you're fine. If you want to do this, if you want to look at this stuff yourself, kind of go through the files of Guild Wars, you can do. There's a link. Type in !GWM. It'll bring up a link to a Reddit post. Within that Reddit post is from over a year ago, where a gentleman went through and he kind of created this tool to look at all the assets in the game. So we're actually looking at maps. You can look at all the different models and stuff, but yeah. So you can look at that yourself. You can do. Oh, look at this! I really love this little weird mill that they have. It's like a mill, right? I guess a water mill, with combined with a regular windmill, water mill, air mill, air mill. So this is the. Well, I mean, I guess, I kind of describe it because I think most viewers are Guild Wars 2 players nowadays. A lot of them haven't played Guild Wars 1 maybe, and they might be interested. So I kind of try to explain how everything is located. This one is a tough one. So this is in the southwestern part of oh my God, Korna. I don't know if we actually have an outpost around there. That Korna was one of those very disappointing areas to me because it was very plain and it didn't really show a lot of the areas from the first game. So it's kind of empty in that sense, but there's like a little outpost, bunch of people living here. No, this map is the Cottonwood Crossroads. So this is where you end up after you fight and you lose against Varish Asa in the Moon Fortress of Gandera. This is where you strand. This is right on the southern side of Korna, right by the water, and this is kind of where you strand. Where you get stranded, and this is where you have to like go around and search for all your friends and refuge and stuff like that. So the Kodash Bazaar, so that's interesting because the Kodash Bazaar is, ooh, look at this, it's pretty. So you can find, so when you look at the Kodash Bazaar, obviously this is in the middle of Vabi, right? Middle of Vabi, and I don't know how this really lines up. You can find a lot of areas. Like I think this area you can actually walk along. It's either this area or I think it's this area. There's actually like an area we can walk along here. The Kodash Bazaar still exists in Guild Wars 2. Obviously it's all like branded over and stuff, and there's like a lot of destruction going on around it. But this is what it looks like in Guild Wars 1. So if you guys, again, I'm gonna be doing a comparison stream. This is not really meant to compare one or the other. Once we're through all of these map things, we will be going through the different. We will be going through all of the Ilonen maps, and then once we're through comparing the Ilonen maps, I'm actually gonna do a Guild Wars 1 Nightfall playthrough. So it's gonna be super fun. So if you guys are interested in seeing that. All right. I don't know why that is here. It's kind of weird, but yeah. So this is actually where you get your elite armor as well. The Kodesh Bazaar you can actually buy. I think this is it, right? Yeah, this is. I want to say that's the plaza where you get your elite armor in Guild Wars 2. I think I want to say that this still exists. This is, I think, perfectly placed. I don't know if this still exists, but I think there is a little part in the domain of. Is it Domain of Fabi? Domain of Fabi. Yeah, in the Domain of Fabi, you can actually find, I think, structures that are like kind of that look like this. And there's Awakened. It's like an Awakened outpost. There's some Awakened hanging out in there. I've never gotten any of the Elite Nightfall. No, I did a long time ago on my Necromancer. I want to say I got the elite Necromancer armor. Vitendi Valley. That's a huge. You can see the size of the maps as well. Much larger map than what we were just looking at. Look at how huge that map is. So this is traveling. This is when you are journeying towards, when you're leaving Korna, going towards Vabi, right? And you're going north, right? And you come from over here somewhere, over here, right here, right down here. Yeah, you come through the cave system, and you come out this way. I think, right? Isn't that how it is? The cave system or whatever. And you come out and you journey towards Vabi, right, to warn the princes or ask for their help against the fight of, the threat of Farish Asa and Abaddon. But yeah, so you kind of come across all these. I think so. Part of this would be. I think. I need to look at the map. Because, or I don't know if there's any part of this that we actually see. I really wanted the Guild Wars 1 map, or no, Guild Wars 2 actually is what I was looking for. That is correct. So the Kodesh Bazaar. So we have a Vitendi Arena, right? We're in the Vitendi Valley, but we have a Vitendi Arena in Guild Wars 2. And then we have the Vitendi Academy as well. Oh, no, don't do that. And next to it, we have the Kowloon Ravine. So these are all like the south of the Kodesh Bazaar. If you go like south of it, like all the areas south of it is pretty much what we're looking at with the Academy and stuff like that. So I think this is where the Academy would be looking like. This is the loading screen of Vabi as well. This would be right here. I don't think that this is like recognizable in Guild Wars 2 at all. This might also be outside of the scope. I think it might be like where the map, I think this is where the brand kind of happens. We have this cool place out here too. I think this is where the brand like comes like straight through or whatever, like right over here or something. So all of this is like branded over, so none of this is really like super relevant to us. But these maps are awesome. They're so, look at how large they are. You can like travel across. There's so much to see and do. It's really cool. But yeah, so we have the little blue with the golden dome. Arabian Nights inspired looking buildings, very Vabi, so we have those there. Sunspear Sanctuary, the command post. Oh, we actually have a... from the cutscenes, I got. Yeah, so this is actually the this actually translates pretty well. I'm just trying to find the entrance. So this translates pretty well to the Guild Wars 2. I just need to find this. Is that right? Yeah. It goes up this way through here. So this is where you actually come. So in season 4, you come to the Sunspear sanctuary, you know, the refuge, the sun refuge or whatever, Sunspear refuge or whatever it's called, right? And you have to like light the fire, and there's a giant spider, and Bram like gets captured, and you have to free him, and it's just like, you know, and you end up taking that over as your base of operation for season 4, right? And you kind of come down this way, right? This is you would be on this is the cliffside. You kind of come down this way, and then this is where the sky scale kind of hangs out. Right over here actually is where the sky scale hangs out, and you kind of can play with it when you know, when you're doing the sky scale thing or whatever. That's like right outside, and I think, I don't know how much happens out here in Guild Wars 2. I'm not sure, but and then you can go further in, and this is where the central thing is, and then you have to go light each of those. These are replaced by like fire pits, by like these giant braziers, right, that you have to light in Guild Wars 2, but they align pretty well. So this is the one area, and then that's like another area here, and then that's the other area, and then another area over here. So it kind of, you know, with the water flowing around, the bridges everywhere. I don't know exactly how they align perfectly, but I want to say that the Temple of Melandru is actually underneath this structure. I think I looked at it at some point. Again, we're going to do comparison stream. We're going to look at all those things. So, yeah, so it's really cool. This is where you find the refuge. You know, this is behind the village, behind Milani's village. You go down, and this is the Sun's Refuge. And that's what they reused for the outpost in the little hub world for season 4, where you can build it up and stuff like that. So this is this area. Again, I'm gonna do a comparison stream. You guys will see them side by side when we do that. It's just kind of cool seeing like an overside to Rise procession. So this is going from Vabi to from Vabi, we're journeying to the Desolation. That is what this is, right? So we're coming, or no, I'm sorry, this would be going from Korna to the Desolation, right? I don't know, but it's like from one of Vabi, Korna. I think we can get to Vabi from here as well, but this is more Kornan, looking like with the red and stuff. So this is the Sun's Refuge, would be right out here. And a lot of people might recognize this, right? You recognize this? This is the like main entrance to the refuge. You come out here. This is where the grave is of the little. If you do the little achievement, and you have to go around, and there's a little grave, and then you go down here, and these houses still exist. You can actually, like, the little lake exists, and these little houses exist. And you go down here. And then you have the brand is like all over here, right? The brand is like happening over here, and you have this open field, and then these houses all stand. These are exactly where they are before. I think they actually in Guild Wars 2 have like houses directly here, so they kind of build more of them. These still exist. These are in the same these little structures right here. These little like these little overhanging rock formations. They still exist, and then right here is actually the site of fighting the branded Chatterer, right? Because you go north of here and you go across the hill, and then boom, this is the open field where you fight the branded Chatterer right in this field right here. Yeah, and then you can go over. They have these like cool buildings. These are in the loading in the loading screen for this area. They're in here. Kind kind of, I think they're, I guess they're supposed to be a reference to like, this used to be a sea back in the day, right? And they have these are like sails or of the old ships or something, but they were like, I don't know, like trees grew through them or something, and they ended up becoming like deformed or something. This is the big centaur tree. That is the one tree that they still have where these anomalies happen around it or whatever. I forgot what they were, like these portals or whatever that open up around it. So that is that big tree. That is that big ancestor tree or whatever they call it. That's that one right there. It has the sash on it. So it tells you that that's an ancient tree with a sash on it. Yeah, and then this is all that area right there. It kind of ends right here. You can't go further. In Guild Wars 1 you can. In Guild Wars 2 you cannot. That is where it ends right there. It cuts off right there. And you can go further, and it kind of ends over here. Once you get to like this part right here, it kind of cuts off right there. So there's actually a whole nother part to this that's not even available to us in Guild Wars 2, with like a little town out here, more of these structures, but getting paler in colors too as well. You can see the transition of color from like the more reddish moving into the desolation with these buildings over here showing the first outpost into the desolation right here. So but yeah, so that part is not available at all. The floodplain of Menkallen Rylon Refuge. So this would be going into this is going into from Corna into Vabi before we get to the cave system. The cave system is like way down there. There's this intricate cave system that you have to go through. Right there is actually the portal to the outpost, and then this is the entrance to the cave system right here, and then this would be where the cave is. But do we even have like Rylon Refuge? Because this is like a dam of the, like there's a river water coming through or whatever through the mountains, and it's like or going this way. I'm not sure, but it's kind of regulated in the system, and you fight an enemy called the Drought. Yeah, so we were looking at part of Jahai Bluff, by the way, earlier. Jahai Bluffs with the ancestor tree and stuff like that. But we don't actually get to see. I don't think we actually get the connector, so we don't. This is actually part of the game world that is not available to us in Guild Wars 2. I'm gonna open the guide. The guide is gonna be much easier. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier, but okay. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, so so this is pretty much. Oh, I see. So this is pretty much, if we were to go this way, if we were gonna go, so we look at it this way, this is north, right? This is how we would get north to Vavi or whatever. If we go over there, that's where the Jahai Bluffs are. So it's like off to the side of the Jahai Bluffs, not available to us. But the Rylon Refuge, which is this outpost right here. Isn't it? It's somewhere right there. This is Rylon Refuge. It's a small little outpost right here. Yeah, so I was correct. This little outpost is actually where you go. This is the canyon that you fight that Jin in Jahai Bluffs. You know, in the far right, bottom right corner of the map, where you do the little meta event of attacking the, I forgot what the name of that Jin is. You fight that Jin or whatever, and it has a chance of dropping that really rare mini or tonic or whatever it is that it drops. So this is where it cuts off, right? We never get to see any of these parts here, because there's like mountain, you know, like cliffs or whatever that are right there. But this is pretty much the area that we do get to see. So farm ranger spiders and a boss, is that right? I've never done that before. I have done, what I have done in this area is I've farmed Jin, like ruby. You can farm rubies because there's Jin out in this map. So I remember doing that down here in the like canyons. You can find like these Jin, and they can drop like diamonds and rubies and like those things. I remember doing a farm with that. It's not a very good farm, I'm gonna be honest, and I'm not huge on farming in general, but yeah, you can do that. Gandara, the Moon Fortress. It's beautiful. Look at it, guys. Yeah, there's a whole area outside of Gandara that we can actually see in Guild Wars 1 that you don't really ever get to go to. I mean, you can go there, but yeah, so this is the Moon Fortress. We'd be coming from this way, right? In Guild Wars 2. There's the one bridge over here that never gets used. It's completely locked off. And then this is the other bridge that in the story, this is where we storm. This is the gate where Canuck like blows it up or whatever, you know? He goes over there and he plants explosives and he just blows up the thing, and this is where we rush in the story instance, right? And then this is the little, when you do the meta event, you actually teleport from this little, the village that's like over here, right? You go down and you can teleport to this island over here, which is, this was originally the prison of, this is the prison, this is where Cormia gets held prisoner. You can kind of see the cells here. This is the prison island to the Moon Fortress, right? So this is the Moon Fortress, that's the prison island, but this is where you start the meta event, right? There's a little, there's a bounty here with a general that you actually have to like defeat or whatever. And you know, there's like certain stuff happening over here, like in the caves and stuff like that. But yeah, you come down here, you teleport. You know, there's a, you can roll with your roller beetle into the middle of this, but this is like all in disrepair. Like Palau Jogo doesn't take prisoners, you know. Yeah, for the Vabi armor, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then you come this way, and then you would go up the stairs, right? You fight your way up the stairs, and you fight your way into the streets of Gandara, right? But it looks very different. I want to say it looks very, very different from the Guild Wars 2 Gandara. So this is, again, early on, very early on. Remember, guys, we talked about the murals. Here are the murals that we were talking about. These are at the plaza of the 5 gods, even though there's 6 murals, because there's a mural of Abaddon, and this is where Varish summons the demon that feasts on Cormier's eyes. Very brutal. But yeah, so when you come here, I think you can actually, yeah, I think if you come here during the Explore Bowl, you can actually go through these other parts here of the fortress and stuff. You can kind of walk around. I think you can actually get to the plaza. This is an area that never made it into the game in Guild Wars 2, which was such a shame. Super underutilized. They could have done really cool things with Gandara, but they didn't. You know, there's a whole dock and piers out here, you know, for ships to come in and stuff, and you kind of storm in Guild Wars 1. You kind of storm your way into the thing, and we will see that once I play through Nightfall. But it's really, really cool. I love this map. It's a really cool map. So just seeing the like, and also when you look up the concept art to this map, to this fortress, it is one of the most famous of the Guild Wars concept arts. It's called the Moon Fortress, or Gandara the Moon Fortress, or something like that. You can find it, and it's pretty well known, I want to say, as like one of those like really cool concept arts, you know, of showing this exact fortress It's really nice. We have the Argyok Ward or Argyok, I don't know, whatever it is. So this is Gandera would be down there. I need to look at this. Okay, so this is the area north of Gandera. Okay. This is one of those areas that's super unrecognizable in a lot of different ways. So the town that you attack Gandera from in Guild Wars 2 is actually this town right here. You know that little town that there's no water around it. Remember, Palawa Joko moved the Ellen, okay, moved it. So this area became very desolate and doesn't have as much water in Guild Wars 2. But this is pretty much the big town that we go to. There's a garrison in Guild Wars 1, but in Guild Wars 2 it becomes like this big town. Then you go north of it, right? When you exit the thing, there's like a town, a little town right outside, and this is it right here. These farmlands. Yeah, that's the little farm that you go to, where there's like the diseased rats and the guy that like locks himself in his house because he's like he's like sick or whatever, right? And like all these like messed up things are happening because Palawa Joko doesn't care about his people like that. And that's what that area is right here, the farms where you have to like burn down because of the plague, right? The scarab plague is happening. So you have to burn down the crops. That's like happening right here in Guild Wars 2. So this was already farmland in Guild Wars 1, and then they kept it that way. You do get to go across over, right? And there's the little lake that's like behind that farm village, behind the mountain range. That's this little lake right here. This is like a really cool lake. There's like a lot of beasts around here that you can fight. And yeah, and that's this little lake right here is actually is something you can visit. It's much more open. These mountains aren't, as treacherous. You can actually just walk right over them. In Guild Wars 2, you kind of have to like go underwater or ramp through them with your like roller beetle or something. But yeah, so there's not that much water around here. So just imagine this area with no water, right? And then this is where the portal is. This is where you like the portal is like right over here somewhere, where you portal in the reinforcements during the first mission of that instance where you are in this little town. Yeah, and that's that area. So we can kind of look around. We got another one of these wind and water mills. I feel like that's a pretty good invention. Having a windmill by the water is a good idea, and then integrating a water wheel, like making a wind and water like mill. I don't know. But yeah, so we have these cool ruins here. Looks like they're trying to build something out of them. You go down here, you have another little town. And you go down here, and there is this is the Yolan Haven out that way. Looks very Savannah-ish with those trees and stuff. I really like the trees of Guild Wars 1. They have so many different kinds of trees, and it really adds to the atmosphere of it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So that's the area there. Alright, so let's see what the next map is. We still have a lot to do. We're gonna get to all the I think I'm gonna stop it here for today because I would like to save. So I'm gonna do another stream of these. So we're gonna do the Deja Arena State, and we go down from there. And we have all the faction maps coming, guys. Those are really, really cool. All the different faction maps coming in. Jaya Bluffs, Kaining Center, the Northlands. So we have Pre-Searing even showing up. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool, a lot of Kryta. We haven't seen any of Kryta. We haven't seen any of Ascalon either. We haven't seen no Shiver Peak Mountains. Oh my god, there's so many maps. Holy crap. Oh, and then it ends. Okay, so. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna do another stream of those, of this, because we got through a lot of them. Yeah. I think we have a lot more to go through, so I'm gonna try the next time I do this, I'm gonna try to do maybe a little earlier, maybe start at like 8 o'clock, and then I can go on to like 2 in the morning again or something. I'm not sure. I don't know when this is happening. I gotta work the rest of the week, so I'm definitely not streaming. And then maybe Sunday I'll do this. I don't know. It depends. Yeah, it's super fun, right? It's really, really cool. And I know you joined late, but this will be uploaded to the channel, so you can just hit the live tab if you want to go through and watch some of the other stuff that I already went through, because we went through a lot of maps here, guys. We went through a lot of different maps. So, you know, for those of you that missed it, you can go back and watch some of it. But yeah, so that's pretty much going to be it. So just to reiterate with you guys what's going to be happening with the Guild Wars 1 stuff that I'm going to be doing. I don't know if I'm not only going to do Guild Wars 1 stuff. I'm going to also do some Guild Wars 2 stuff. But for Guild Wars 1, we're going to be doing this map stuff here. We're going to go through that. I think we're going to get probably one more stream. I don't think we're going to get another stream after that. So I'm going to try to get it all done in the next stream. And then after that, we're going to be doing the map comparison of Elona. Okay, so we're going to go through the Crystal Desert, Vabi, Korna, like all these places we've kind of just been talking about. We're going to go through, we're going to side by side compare them. And then we're gonna do a playthrough of Nightfall. We're gonna create a character. We're gonna make a Paragon character, Ranger secondary. We're gonna find another pet. We're gonna do. We're gonna go through the whole game of Nightfall. Do all that. Then we're gonna do Eye of the North. We're gonna then take that character, travel to Eye of the North, do Eye of the North, do a bunch, play through that game. Then do all the dungeons of Eye of the North. And then after all that is done and we're rich and famous and we have the best team ever and we're really cool, I want to go around all the different areas and find all the pets and fill out my menagerie. We have done a little bit of that. I showed you guys how much I have in my factions playthrough, but we're going to fill out and we're going to get all the pets, and we're going to fill out the menagerie, and we're going to walk around the menagerie and see all the cool. I don't, the reason I want to do Paragon is because I don't have one. I haven't played a Paragon in many years, and I really like the Paragon as a concept. So I would like to play that. So, but yeah, so there's a lot of Guild Wars 1 content coming. For Guild Wars 2, I'm working on a couple of videos right now. Like I said, I've been writing some stuff down for Secrets of the Obscure. I would like to do a review. Next week we have the final release coming for Secrets of the Obscure, so I'm going to be doing kind of a, not like I'm going through every little detail, but I'm kind of doing a good versus bad, like things that I liked, things that I disliked thing, and kind of give you guys my final thoughts after all that. I will be streaming the final release next Tuesday, just so you guys know. I will be during the day. It'll be during the day whenever it goes live, probably around 1 or 2 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. I will be going live, and I will be playing through the whole thing, give you guys my impressions, my thoughts. We're gonna look at some rewards. We're gonna look at whatever. Maybe that's when they'll release the blog post. If we do get the blog post, I didn't want to do, we got one today, we got a blog post today, but I didn't feel like making a video about it because it just kind of was like a lot of info. But we will be, maybe I'll tackle it then, and we'll kind of do like a whole big stream of playing through the content, looking at those different posts, if they're posting another thing next week, I'll read that as well, or whatever they're going to be posting up until that point. I'll make a, we'll make a long stream. We'll hang out all day and do that. And then yeah, I don't know, and then for Guild Wars 2, it's gonna kind of depend on what's gonna come next with the Alliance beta going into permanent beta, or with the whatever they call it, the beta for World vs. World, the restructuring of World vs. World, going. I want to stream more of that, and give you guys the ability to join me, to kind of hang out together maybe, and do some stuff, if you guys want to join me on that. So perhaps we will be seeing more of that. We'll see how people, if people want me to like command or something. I'm not a good commander, but it would be kind of fun to kind of get some people together, play together. I know there's some people in the community that would like to do it. I don't know if I can get Chicken to come hang out with us. Emily probably can come with us, maybe some other people in Chicken's community. For the dungeons, yeah, sure, we can do the dungeons together. You can join us for the dungeons. We'll do those after the Eye of the North. Yeah, and we'll do that, so that'll be fun. Yeah, and then so that's, I'm gonna do some World vs. World. I'm still working on my armor. I'm working on my 4th piece of legendary World vs. World armor. That's for my heavy. I don't use any medium classes really, so I'm fine never really getting those, but I think the next World vs. World armor, I've written off PvE armor, because I hate rifts and convergences just so much that I just can't get myself to work on doing that. But I think that I will be doing just like World vs. World armors, because I feel like that's gonna, interest in World vs. World is gonna kind of grow. And we're gonna see a lot of people playing it, so I'll probably be getting a lot of experience points and leveling up and like getting a lot of pips and stuff. Like I'm on the verge of getting another tier, so I'm getting a lot more pips now. For my next, I have like another 40 levels or something until I reach the next tier, so I get another pip. So I want to do that. You need to raid armor since you have already started doing raid. No, I don't raid enough, and I don't really want to raid. So I don't know. I know everyone's always pushing me to do raids, but I just really, the ones in every 3 months that I do raids one time, I don't think justifies me investing time in getting that raid armor. So I don't know. I'm just gonna say no. I don't think it's ever gonna happen. If it ever happens at some point, maybe it will, but I'm just gonna probably say right now it's not gonna happen. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. And then I do want to do some other stuff. I haven't done Underspace. Underspace just had their early access, and I haven't played at all. I haven't played any of it, because I did take some break, a little bit of break from streaming and doing stuff. But I would like to play Underspace. I really want to play it, so it's gonna happen. 250. I don't think I'm even close. I don't think I'm even close to that. But like I want to say I have like 30 or something, so it'll take me like a long time to get it. I don't know. It's a random number that I threw out. I could be wrong on my LI. I don't know. But yeah. So and then maybe at some point I want to do a stream with my sister. We've been wanting to do a co-op stream, so we'll probably be doing that. So yeah. So thank you guys. Thank you Greedy Bliss for being here. Emily as always. Nugget Scout was here. Seth was here. Thank you guys so much. And then of course Aram, so much. Thank you so much for the $20 donation. That's very, very kind, and just amazing. I mean, I'm like, wow, I'm very happy. You guys can tip if you want to. I steer people towards maybe getting, maybe becoming a member, because becoming a member, even if you do just for like a month or whatever, you do have access to, while you're a member, you have access to my emojis, so at least you have something that you get out of it beside just showing appreciation or whatever. But there's a little like I like to be able to like give back, so I love the tipping, and I appreciate that very much. But I'm like, if you're looking for something a little bit smaller, you can become a member. We have really cool emojis. And if we get more members in the future, I will probably be doing giveaways for members, and then kind of incentivize maybe people to do that. You get some for fails as well. Yeah, but I've only done it like I can probably count on one hand how many times I've done raids. So it's I don't think I have that many. I would probably have to do a lot more. So and that's never gonna happen. I'm never gonna invest time in doing. I'm too busy of a person to invest time into becoming good in doing raids in Guild Wars 2. Like I just not gonna happen. So but yeah, anyways, so thank you guys so much. If you guys want to follow me on Twitter, it's @Raleigh1992. I do tweet out when I go live. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, and let me know what you guys think in the comments, right? Like write me a comment, if you have any ideas or suggestions or things that you want to see or things that you want me to do beside rating, let me know. So thank you guys so much, and I will see you guys probably Sunday. I want to say I'll probably see you guys on Sunday. So